freshman on their hands at Mississippi Valley. 6'3", 240-pound freshman, a big kid with a big arm, but he's a student of the game. He's also a dual threat last week against Pine Bluff, 19 of 29, 265 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Very impressive for a freshman.
There's head coach Kendrick Wade, widely regarded as one of the elite wide receiver coaches in the nation, leading Mississippi Valley. Great experience, was at Delta State as well.
Yeah, and he also had 7 years of head coaching experience at the prep level, but cut his teeth at Delta State and now taking over this program and trying to change the mindset here at Mississippi Valley.
Absolutely, and of course on the other side, T.C. Taylor, the head coach at Jackson State, trying to get his troops together. There you see the quarterback, Jason Brown. He's really going to have a great game because as Coach Taylor said earlier in the week to us, Ken, this is really a place where it's difficult to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great tradition here at Jackson State. You're taking over. You're coming into this program, stepping in behind Shedeur Sanders, of course, who was the quarterback last year, and you're trying to fill that space. And for Jason Brown, he's had a good year. It hasn't been spectacular. He's had previous stops at Virginia Tech, at South Carolina, so he's well-traveled, and he wants to continue to build the momentum upward and onward at Jackson State.
And for the Delta State, for the Mississippi Valley State Delta Devils, Alexander Davis will kick off. And back deep for Jackson State University will be Seven McGee along with Isaiah Spencer. And we are in for an exciting game here at the Delta. And I tell you, when you walk across this field, it seems like the grass is a little bit longer sometimes. But this is really a great place, great tradition. It's always great to see Jackson State University come here. The fans show up in great droves.
And we talked about it this week. For Jackson State, look, it's like taking a city kid and taking them to the country. You got to learn how to milk the cows and get in with the pigs and the slop. And you might come out a little bit dirty, but the big thing is to come out with the W, and that's what Mississippi Valley State wants to avoid today. There you get a good look at Coach T.C. Taylor on the sideline. Mississippi Valley won the toss. They deferred, so they will kick off. They will receive the kickoff in the second half.
Comes down to Jackson State University, and a slip right at around the 25-yard line for Jackson State. First down and 10 for them.
The old turf monster got him right off the bat. You talked about that grass being a little bit higher here at Valley. And look, Jackson State, they're used to that AstroTurf, the old AstroTurf. And Jackson, they're going to have to adapt to this grass field here at Mississippi Valley State.
I'll tell you what, one of the things that when you ask fans about this, of course, this is not a very long drive for fans to come to. So it should be a great, great game here for both of these teams. And for Jackson State, they are starting a different quarterback here in today's game. They are starting Jacobian Morgan, as a matter of fact. A little wrinkle there for Jackson State University, showing Mississippi Valley a different look.
Yeah, 6'4", 227-pound redshirt junior out of Canton, Mississippi. He's a transfer from Syracuse.
And here is the run. Great run there on second down. And that's what Jackson State wants to do, create holes and be able to get big runs.
Yeah, absolutely. So Morgan will bring some of the similar traits that Brown does. Of course, he's a little bit younger. He may be the future for this program going into next year. So Coach getting an early look at him here this afternoon against Mississippi Valley.
And for Jackson State, this is an area where Coach Taylor talks about third down and short. You can open up the playbook a little bit more.
You see the running game by Morgan there. See the Cards pulling, picks up the first down. Good hit coming up from the secondary. But Jackson State, they want to keep the offense on the field. They want to stack first downs and keep this Delta Devil defense alive.
Incomplete pass. Pass was intended for the wide receiver, Fabian McCray, the graduate student from Chicago, transferred from Northern Illinois. They've got a pretty good program up there.
Yeah, fade pattern one-on-one pass overthrown to the inside. You want that pass to go to the outside shoulder of the receiver to give him a good opportunity where it's not in danger of being intercepted. I think we had a ban warning there. Of course, we get those just about every week in the SWAC.
That happens from time to time. Fabian McCray, he led the team in receiving last week, 8 catches, 79 yards. And this will be a 2nd down and 10 now for Jackson State. Jacobian Morgan wasn't expected to start today, and he gets the call. And the run by Desmond Moultrie, and he gets a few yards on 2nd down.
Jackson State on the season averaging 170 yards per game on the ground. They're 2nd in the SWAC in rushing offense, only behind Texas Southern.
3rd down, 3rd and 9.
3rd and long, not an area where Coach Taylor likes this offense. It almost forces you into a passing game. And now they'll have to show the 4-receiver set. Blitz shown by Valley. And here is Morgan with the pass, and it is complete. And that's going to be a 1st down on the other side of the 50.
Great throw, great catch. Nice out-breaking route on the outside, and a nice throw by Morgan on the money to pick up the 1st down.
Great catch there on the sideline. You got to have great presence of mind there. Morgan getting the catch. And it'll be 1st down for the Jackson State University Tigers.
Well, Jackson State had that disappointing loss at home last week to Alabama State, 24-19. Coach Taylor said they had a great week of practice, though.
Back to the sideline, and this time DJ Stevens, the tight end, gets the catch. Gain of 5 on the play.
Morgan coming into this ball game had played in 2 ball games, but only thrown 1 pass so far this season.
Morgan, little swing pass out to Moultrie, and he's going to be near 1st down. He may have gotten it.
This Delta defense, they want to put pressure on the quarterback. They want to make Jackson State one-dimensional, take away the running game. They want to force the quarterback to beat them. They were preparing for Jason Brown, a new look with Morgan, but the task is still the same. Put pressure on the quarterback, try to force him into early mistakes.
Moultrie stepped out just a couple of yards shy of the 1st down, and we have whistles. Is this going to be another ban warning?
False start.
No, this will be a false start.
Offense. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
And that's going to go against Fabian McCray. You know, you start looking at penalties, and that's something that the coaches all across the conference have been talking about.
Please put 11 minutes, 56
They're averaging 65 yards in penalties a game as Jackson State. And now a little adjustment on the clock. Warm day on the Delta.
11:51, thank you.
Temperatures in the 80s, not exactly fall-like.
Not exactly, Paul. Like, look, we had great weather the last couple of weeks across the SWAC. It seems like summer has made an unexpected reappearance here in late October.
Delta Devils showing blitz. Morgan with the throw. Incomplete.
So now it's going to be 4th down and decision time for Coach Taylor. Does he leave the offense on the field, or will he try to punt it and flip the field position and pin Mississippi Valley State deep?
And they will elect to punt the football here. And punting the ball for Jackson State, Matt Knoll, graduate student. Great punt. It'll come down around the 10-yard line. And the Delta Devils will get the ball at around the 13 as the return by Mississippi Valley was by Kobe Bates. We will take a timeout here on the Delta. No score.
Boom, 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 boom. These sides are for everyone.
Sandwich? Don't try that, Jimmy Jones. It's a sandwich. Wish for the amazing iPhone 15 Pro.
Last week, Antonio Doyle, he is the leader of that Jackson State defense, and on the other side, Carrick Ross. He's the fastest guy on the team, and at that linebacker position, Ryan Quinney, the sophomore, had 2 sacks last week against Arkansas Pine Bluff.
You know, when you talk to the coaches, they say Quinney has a nasty side to him. The linebackers, they say they operate a little different.
Yeah, they don't like running backs, and I don't like them either.
First down now for the Delta Devils, their first series. Swing pass to the outside as the offense trying to gain some momentum early on here in this ball game. And for Mississippi Valley, the biggest thing I think they have to deal with today is they just have to make sure they play their game. Kobe Bates on the reception.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to get the running game going. You get a good look at the big freshman quarterback, Tijerian Williams, in 5 games so far this season, 649 yards passing. The big thing, he doesn't turn the football over a lot for a freshman. He really protects the rock. Only no interceptions on the season. Malik
Myers with the carry, and he gets first down yardage for the Delta Devils. And, you know, you spoke about Tijerian Williams, and here's what he does so well. You don't know what he's going to do. Gives it off to his wide receiver Myers for the big Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 touchdowns on the season for Williams, the quarterback, completing nearly 62% of his passes. And they feel like they have a hidden gem here in Tijerian Williams.
Definitely a big kid. Williams trying to fight off the defenders, and he goes down. Jackson State's defense is there to clean up. Isaac Peppers, the middle linebacker, with the sack.
But these are the situations you don't want to find yourself in against Jackson State. 3rd and long situations. Mississippi Valley only converting 28% on 3rd down so far this season. So they want to stay away from those type of situations behind the chains.
2nd down and long now for Mississippi Valley. And again, momentum. That's what the Delta Devils talked about, being able to keep that momentum. Pass over the middle. That's a great catch.
That's the freshman Jackson Davis, and Coach talked to us about him, and he had a great game last week.
Keys of the game presented by GM, proud supporters of the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Well, for Mississippi Valley, they want to stop that running game of Jackson State. They want to make them one-dimensional. They also want to control the clock, shorten this ball game, keep their defense off the field, and they have to dominate in special teams. They have a good return unit, good coverage units. They want to win the 3rd phase this afternoon against the Tigers.
3rd and short. Here's the keeper, and once again, Jackson State's defense sniffing out the play. Kedron Callaghan with the tackle.
Great job by Callaghan, staying at home, coming in unblocked. And look, you can't leave that guy unblocked against a receiver. That's going to be a win for Jackson State every time. And they force a punting situation now for the Delta Devils.
And for the Delta Devils, they want to make sure they want to come out on defense and try to set a little bit more opportunity here. Goes out of bounds, no opportunity for a return, and we will take a timeout here. On the Delta, still no score at Mississippi Valley.
What can you learn? Is there anything that you can learn from it? Just kind of to reflect back on the Orange Blossom Classic.
If we can do the things that we need to do, we'll be successful. The game last year was all self-inflicted stuff. I mean, every single thing that happened to us, all of those things we've had to reevaluate, and we're going to do those things differently this year. And so with our team, we understand that the focus has to be on doing the little things right. You know, that second F in our program is fundamentals. And so those are habits. Those are the little things that it takes to be successful. And so we got to really, really focus on that because the talent is there. And if we do that, we feel like there's not a team on our schedule that can beat us toe to toe if we do those little things right. And so that's the takeaway from last year's game. That's the takeaway from North Carolina as well. It was the same thing. It was self-inflicted wounds that started, in the summertime and transitioned into, the certification process. Some were in our control, some weren't. But we got to control the things that are in our control, and that's.
First quarter action here on the Delta as the Mississippi Valley State Delta Devils and Jackson State University tangling with each other. And, Ken, I've always loved this matchup here because, even though it's been one-sided over the years, Jackson State really dominating, it doesn't really speak about just the heart of Mississippi Valley and what they've been able to do.
Yeah, and they're always looking forward to this ball game against their in-state rivals, and they definitely want to make a good showing for the home fans, particularly coming off the big win they had last week against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Both of these teams have 2 losses in the East Division of the SWAC. So think how big this victory would be if Valley could pull off the upset today. They would actually jump ahead of Jackson State in the standings.
When's the last time we heard that? Moultrie on the carry, trying to regain his footing. Moultrie had 10 carries, 68 yards, and a touchdown last week against Alabama State University. And it's third down here. But the great news, if you're the offense, it's third and short, not third and long.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Jackson State on the season, they only convert about 34% of their third down conversions. They definitely want to have that number increase.
Duke Miller motion for Jackson State. Morgan will keep the football, and he will pick up a first down.
And we talked about Morgan, the transfer from Syracuse. He started at quarterback as a true freshman for the Orange in 2020. He was the 7th true freshman in Syracuse history to start a game at quarterback.
And Morgan will take off with the football once again, and he spins, shakes, and bakes, and gets to the 30-yard line. Let's take a look at the keys of the game for Jackson State, presented by GM.
Well, for Jackson State, they want to tackle in space when they're on defense. On offense, they want to protect the rock. They had 3 fumbles last week against Alabama State. And they also want to ground and pound, as you see here. They lost the football there. Another fumble we just talked about. They have to protect the rock. They've been really loose with it so far this year.
Yeah, DJ Stevens was the tight end, and he lost the football. And the Johnny on the spot was the center, Evan Henry, on the recovery. So the center, he was the first man to touch it and the last man to touch it.
Oh, Henry.
For Jackson State, they pick up a first down. And now the Delta Devils will be forced to defend the end zone in short territory. Fabian McCray with the big catch. This is the space here where Jackson State really is going to have to concentrate.
Yeah, absolutely. In the red zone, it's been a struggle so far this year for the Tigers. They've had 25 trips inside the red zone. They've only converted 13 of those into touchdowns, barely over 50%. They definitely want to improve that number today and the remainder of the year.
Morgan looking, gets the ball to Fabian McCray. Tackled right before he got to the 5-yard line. Defense there not allowing any more yardage, and that brings up 3rd down.
Morgan taking the safe, easy throw underneath. Want to allow his receivers to get that yak yardage.
Great news is they can get a 1st down right at about the 4-yard line. Miller in motion. Here is the give. Touchdown, Jackson State. Moultrie going in for 6.
It was a great job by the left side of that offensive line for Jackson State. As you watch, no penetration for the Delta Devils. Combo block. He bounces off one defender and then just runs into the end zone. And that's a quick 6 for Jackson State on their 2nd possession.
Great job blocking by Quavion Davis, DeAndre Townsend, and the center, Evan Henry. The extra point is good, and Jackson State is on the board here at Mississippi Valley. 7-0 our score as Moultrie gets his 1st touchdown of the ball game.
When disaster strikes, it's now pipes or sheet metal. It's now regular furniture. What matters most is getting you back on your feet.
Look down! Look down!
You know this will restoring
Pizzeria.
What's up, everyone? It's Timona from SheLovesThee podcast. I'm here with a public service announcement. It is official. SheLovesThee podcast will be sponsored by Ivy's Hair. Let me know if you can hear me.
Mississippi schools. There's Moultrie, who had the big touchdown run before the break.
Yeah, capping off a 58-yard drive. Took 3.5 minutes off the clock. Moultrie with the touchdown run over the left side. And you see what he's done so far this season. 10 carries for 65 yards coming into the ball game today. Gets his 1st score of the season.
Moultrie, of course, one of those guys that they're going to depend on. And here is the kick. It will come down at the goal line. Valley trying to get a big return, and they only get out to about the 10-yard line. And that will be where the Delta Devils will start this drive. On the tackle, Jaheim Hazel. He was right there to make sure that, I should say, Rogers.
Another look at that inside handoff. You see offensive lineman getting to the second level at ground level. Nice shot by our camera crew, and Moultrie taking it in for 6. And now Williams comes out again deep in his own territory. First drive for Mississippi Valley began at their own 14-yard line. This one will begin at the 11.
Not exactly where you want to start your drive at if you are Mississippi Valley, but that is where they are. Handoff up the middle. Gain of a few on first down. Jared Wilson on the carry. He's 12th in the SWAC in rushing, averaging about 47 yards per game, 281 yards on the season.
Good inside run on first down for Williams. Again, the Delta Devils, they'll try to use a lot of that play clock to shorten the game.
Yeah, their key is definitely they do not want this game to be an up-tempo ball game. Complete across the 15. And that goes out to the tight end, Jackson Davis.
One of the things Coach Kendrick Wade talked to us about is early in the season, they were playing an up-tempo style of offense, but they were getting a lot of 3-and-outs, forcing their defense to be on the field for 80 to 85 plays per game. Over the last 2 to 3 weeks, they've gone more slow tempo and reducing the time of the defense on the field.
And the Delta Devils, they stack everybody up the line here on 3rd and 2. Williams tries a little jump pass, takes off with it, and picks up a first down.
Wow, you see the athleticism of Williams. That was supposed to be a quarterback sneak. Then he's looking for someone to throw it to. No one there. So the big fella just pulls it down and rumbles outside.
Well, the big fella rumbling and bumbling, he gets out of bounds and getting a first down for the Delta Devils. Boy, you talk about this kid, big kid, 6'4", 240. He might be a biscuit away from 250.
Look, Coach said he's lost about 10 pounds since he came to school. Imagine what he was 6 months ago.
Complete pass to Jared Wilson. And he picks up positive yards here on first down. About 5 yards on the game, making 4.
Yeah, ball control offense so far for Valley. You know, they want to do the short underneath passes, safe throws for Williams, allow these receivers to do their thing after the catch. They want to try to soften up this Jackson State defense, then take their shots once they get those safeties to drop down in the box.
But just notice they are slowing the tempo of this game down. Williams, nice fake, takes off with the football before being wrapped up.
Yeah, good recovery that time by Jackson State. Looked like they had an opportunity to pick up some nice yardage, but the Tiger defense recognized the quarterback draw, rallied to the football, and stopped them after a short gain.
Khalil Arrington on the tackle for Jackson State, and that brings up 3rd and short now. And you see they check over to the sideline. They are using up all of the play clock.
Valley on the season converting only about 28% of their third downs, but this is where they want to be, 3rd and 3 or less.
Williams hands the football off. Boy, and that pile just keeps moving almost to about the 30-yard line.
That was a good, strong run that time. Jacoby Thomas over the left side. Coach Wade said, look, my running backs, they are powerful, they are strong, they like to run downhill, and they do not shy away from contact. He's talked about the battles they have in practice with the linebackers, and those battles kind of toughen them up for the football games on Saturday.
Pass to Kobe Chambers, and he is wrapped up right away. All kinds of white shirts just surrounding him, and he is dropped for a loss.
But Jackson State, look, they're not respecting the passing game. They're not respecting the receivers of Mississippi Valley right now. They're playing press coverage. They have all 11 men within around 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. So at some point, Valley's going to have to take a shot downfield to loosen up this Jackson State defense.
And that will wrap up the first quarter of play here in Itta Bena, Mississippi. Jackson State taking the early lead going into the second quarter as Morgan has been a big factor in today's ball game.
The podcast with a special announcement. She Loves the podcast will be coming to the Black College Sports Network. That's right, I'll be streaming some of my favorite episodes as well as some new live shows straight from Black College Sports Network's YouTube. Make sure you go over there and hit the like button, subscribe, and turn your notifications on. You don't want to miss out on any episodes. See you there. Hello, everybody. $377 folks up in the chat today. Go ahead and hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We have an in-state battle. I wouldn't say Mississippi Valley State is necessarily a rivalry. More like our little brother, big brother, little brother situation. But Valley always plays hard at home. Always plays hard. So we definitely have to have our head on the swivel. They have some really, they have some decent defensive backs that have been able to intercept several balls in several different games. Even though they've lost, they play hard. So going into the game, it's good to see that we're going to get a switch up here. Seeing Jacoby and Morgan, because I'm so tired of folks requesting for a quarterback change. So today, you get to see it in action. And I'm telling you right now, based on what I see, it looks like this is premature and early, but it looks like that Jacoby and Morgan being more mobile is definitely going to help us move the chains. But as far as him being able to connect with the wide receivers, these are some of the same issues that Jason Brown has had, which is being able to connect with the wide receivers. And whether that's an overthrown ball or a ball that was wide open and they're missing it. So we're going to see, will the quarterback change amount to a difference with deep ball play? The DBs on Valley's team, they pretty good. So I like that when Morgan doesn't see a receiver out there, he will go ahead and jump out there.
As is the Jackson State University Tigers take that 7-0 lead into halftime. The Delta Devil Marching Band, as one of their key songs when they come into the stadium, the Devil's Gun. You know, when you hear that song, they're coming into the stadium. They are always entertaining here at Mississippi Valley State. So the Delta Devils will take over first down and 10. And here is the give. That's going to be Jared Wilson on the carry to start things out here in quarter number 2.
Yeah, so it's going to be a.
Why did that ref look at that play being extended by that Valley player, and that should have been a personal foul?
Big third down opportunity coming up here for.
He just looked the other way.
As they try to keep this drive alive, just try to start it back at their own 11-yard line.
And you know, when you talk to their coaches, the big thing they talk about, the longer that we can sustain a drive, the more we keep our defense off the field and get them rest.
Absolutely. They want to dominate time of possession. They want to keep this Jackson State defense on the field, especially since it's a warm day here in Mississippi.
It is a little warm in the Delta. As it looks like it'll be fourth down. No, they're going to give it a first down. Let's see here because that was really close.
Yeah, good throw by Williams. Carrick Ross knows exactly where he needed to go to pick up that first down, and he got just enough to pick up the necessary yardage.
So now that is going to bring up.
Now they marked it back half a yard, so they're going to mark it at the 48-yard line. So it's going to be 4th down and 1 now. So the officials respot the football. So decision time here. They're going to keep the offense on the field, see if they actually snap a play or try to draw them off sides.
And now they will blow the whistle, and it could be a timeout here by Mississippi Valley.
Jackson State actually called it.
Coach Kendrick Wade coming over and going to take a timeout here at Mississippi Valley. 7-0 Jackson State.
Podcast with a special announcement. She Loves Thee podcast will be coming to the Black College Sports Network. That's right, I'll be streaming some of my favorite episodes as well as some new live shows straight from Black College Sports Network's YouTube. Make sure you go over there and hit the like button, subscribe, and turn your notifications on. You don't want to miss out on any episodes. See you there. So this is how a game works when you don't have someone taking injury timeouts every 5 seconds. That's how it works. The flow of the game is way different. At least they're not taking injury timeouts. That made the game so long, it was absolutely ridiculous. Y'all think it was short? What y'all think? I thought he made it. That's just me. I thought he made it.
Line and showed that they were going to go for it on 4th down.
Ooh.
It is 4th and 1. And Ken, we spoke about this.
Coach Wade showing his
favorable
best,
for
boy.
Jackson State.
Absolutely. And
he's going for it.
again, they're going to keep the offense on the field. So they have all options open, Mississippi Valley. They can try to draw them offside, or they can go ahead and snap the play. Mississippi Valley 40% on 4th down so far this season.
Better on 4th down than they are on 3rd down. Here's Williams with the handoff. And I think he may be short. Depends on the spot. He could be a half yard short.
I didn't like the deep handoff there. You go 7 yards deep to give it to your tailback.
Carrick Ross was the
It's going to depend on where they spot the
I
football.
have never
They may have to bring the chains in for a measurement, but no, the officials say no, they did not make it. And now Coach Kendrick Wade is extremely upset on the home side.
Let's look at this again.
Why would you do that?
Get the handoff to Jacoby Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas is their big back, but they didn't get a lot of push from the offensive line. Good job by Jackson State, not allowing that offensive line to get off. And it's going to be a turnover on downs, and it's going to be great field position now for the Tigers.
1st down and 10 for Jackson State now. Morgan. Nice shot downfield. It is complete. And a fumble. Fabian McCray caught the football and then fumbled the football, recovered by Mississippi Valley. Omar Emmons, the defensive back from Greenwood, Mississippi, gets the ball for the Delta Devils.
Well, the Jackson State Tigers continue to put the football on the turf. Good protection. Nice throw by Morgan. Excellent route, but fighting for extra yardage and a great strip of the football. I believe that was Anthony Blakely, number 14, that ripped the football out at the last moment. Great job by Blakely.
Yeah, Blakely had his left arm on the receiver, right arm going for the football, and the Delta Devils are back in business, and the turnover bug bites Jackson State once again.
Well, they had 3 fumbles last week. They've already had 2 fumbles today. The first one they recovered themselves. This time, Mississippi Valley comes up with the football, and the Delta Devils will start over at their own 15.
It's not exactly the ideal field position for Mississippi Valley as they are inside the 20 once again. Here's the handoff. And for the Delta Devils, they get positive yardage here on first down. And once again, Jared Wilson on the carry.
Yeah, the field position has not been ideal this afternoon for Mississippi Valley, beginning at their own 14, their own 11, and now their own 15. But they'll take it on this possession, considering that Jackson State was inside the red zone on offense.
And you notice that Mississippi Valley, in that last drive, they had the ball for quite a while, just moving the ball down the field. And you can see here, just slowing the ball game down. Once again, the carry by Jared Wilson doesn't get much as he's thrown to the turf. Solomon Rogers there to throw him at the turf. And it's third down.
See a little tap on the helmet by Jared Wilson.
Take a look at Jackson's alignment.
Yeah, you see how they just stack in the box. They have 8 guys in the box that is stopping the penetration. They know that Valley wants to run the football, and it's going to be a false start now. Looks like it was going to be on the left guard, number 60, Kenterio Davis. But Jackson State really crowding the line of scrimmage, making it difficult for the offensive line of Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, another penalty there for the Delta Devils.
Again, you see all the Tigers stacked at the line of scrimmage. You see a little movement there by big number 99, and that caused the offensive lineman to flinch. So now, instead of 3rd and 2, it becomes 3rd and 7, and that really changes the dynamic of your play call here for Coach Wade.
Kenterio Davis, the 6'1", 285-pound guard with a false start, and now there will be a timeout here on 3rd down. And Coach Wade not happy. 7-0, Coach Wade wants to talk about the troops.
Y'all ever heard of the term dancing with the devil? Keep on playing like that. You cannot fumble the ball basically in the red zone against Valley and think you can ready to win these next 4 games. You cannot do that. Once again, we have a situation where the defense is doing what they're supposed to do. The offense got to come correct. We have more wide receivers than Fabian McCray. And I'm not even saying pull, but come on now. You can play some other folks now. Come on now. Our wide receiver room is stacked like library books. Ain't no way that y'all are still playing these same people from last week. If you're going to change the quarterback, change the other pieces too.
the site of today's ball game. Stadium was built in 1958 and then renamed in 2000. Named after Jerry Rice and Satellite Totten.
Third down now for Valley. Williams under pressure, throws incomplete. In and out off the hands of the receiver. And it's going to be a fourth down now for Mississippi Valley, and they're going to have to punt from deep in their own end.
Not exactly what the doctor ordered on that play. And now for the Delta Devils, you know, one of the biggest things now that you have to look at is your defense has to come back onto the field and try to make something happen.
Well, and Jackson State's going to have excellent field position once again. The field position game has been all in favor of Jackson State so far in the first half.
Punt is away, and it's going to come down to Jackson State in great field position. No flag on the play as the return man said, hey, you hit me, and I called for a fair catch, and we're going to keep it right here. Well, we were telling you about Rice Totten Stadium, which was built in 1958 and, of course, was renamed in 2000. Renamed, of course, after the combination of Satellite Totten and Jerry Rice, who really put this school on the map when it came to football. Just an incredible tandem. A 10,000-seat stadium here on campus. They've also had to do some remodeling over the last 10 or 15 years with the stadium as it had some issues, but the school stepped in and really they've improved this facility.
Yeah, it's looking extremely nice now, and new head coach, new regime here at Mississippi Valley trying to get things turned around.
Morgan takes off with the football on first down. And, you know, when you look at this, when you look at Morgan, really not on the map when you look at the depth chart, but he's been proven to be a guy that can take off with the football.
Well, he appeared in 6 collegiate games at Syracuse.
Ain't no needing us
64% of his passes for 285 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Here we go, Toby Paul. Here we go.
Pass complete.
Y'all let Toby Paul about the lead.
He picks up a first down for Jackson State.
Let Toby Paul off the lead, boy.
77th ranked quarterback in high school in 2020 and a top 50 prospect in Mississippi.
And you notice that Jackson State was trying to run the up-tempo offense, and I believe they caught themselves off guard with a false start.
Well, you see the two differences in style. Jackson State, they want to go up-tempo, push the football down the field, control with their running game. And for Valley, they want to slow the football game, go at a methodical pace, and keep things simple for their young quarterback.
Here's the end around as Jackson State with a little bit of trickery. And they get some positive yards on that play. On the carry was Jonas Fortian, the running back from Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, just a little end around. You get them going one way, nearly a hands to the face by 92 of Valley. But good job getting around the edge, picking up a nice gain on first down, second up a second and about 5.
Yeah, DeAndre Clark has to watch his hands. The big defensive end nearly got his hands in the face mask. As we will keep it right here. You know, you look at the battle here, and of course we talked about this series. It goes back to 1953. The last time that Mississippi Valley won was, of course, in Jackson. It was 27-23 was the final score back in 2014. They had a close game back in 2021. Jackson won that game 29-19. Of course, early on, they were in this game last year. Delta Devils, after a quarter and a half, no contest, and it was 49-7.
They want to hang around a little bit longer this afternoon.
Second down, and here is the give to Desmond Moultrie, who already has a touchdown flag on the play. Looks like we're going to have a holding call.
Good penetration that time by that front of Mississippi Valley. Dietrich Jones, the 6-foot sophomore from Huntsville, getting in to make the stop.
Miller actually,
it's going to be a personal foul against Mississippi Valley.
Miller actually on the carry there for Jackson State.
That is a huge turn of events. It would have been third down for Jackson. Coach Taylor happy about it. And that penalty,
DeAndre Clark, remember he almost had a face mask penalty in the last play.
yes,
Just picked up a personal foul penalty in this play for Mississippi Valley. They're averaging about 69 yards in penalties per game. Great catch by Duke Miller, the wide receiver. And again, pleasantries being shared. And Coach Taylor right there to talk to Miller about the antics.
yeah, look, you want to keep these guys in control. You can't afford to have major penalties.
Coach told him he better pipe down.
Side. This one coming right at you.
Because if you get a penalty, guess where you're going to be out for the rest of the game.
A little double team, a little extracurricular there on the home side.
The rest of the game.
Here is the give up to about the 15-yard line. Great work by our camera person on the sideline doing a little backpedaling to avoid being tackled. Jacob, great play.
Third down and short once again for Jackson State as they move inside the red zone.
Tempo offense here. As you see the 4 receivers set now for Jackson State. They're doing just enough to make sure that Valley cannot substitute and keep that same personnel on the field.
Man-to-man coverage on the outside. See if he takes a shot.
Morgan looking, and he'll tuck the ball and run. Oh, and he's popped. The helmet comes off. Morgan will walk in. There was a collision, and Morgan just
touchdown! Jackson
well, Morgan
State!
is a big kid, and he showed you his size and strength. 6'4", 227 pounds, and he just ran over and through a Mississippi Valley Delta Devil. Watching, he pulls it down on the draw, and boom, the helmet comes off, but Morgan stays up, and he trots into the end zone for a 19-yard score.
Brandon Williams looked to be the recipient of that hit, and it's 13-0 with the point after. Extra point is good. Jackson State now up 2 touchdowns here on the Delta. As I tell you what a run by Morgan. Morgan coming right at him. Blue. There goes the helmet. And Morgan goes in for 6.
Announced.
F.D. Hall served as the director of the band and the chorus and orchestra in the 1920s. there you see the quarterback, Morgan, who goes in for that touchdown. And somebody texts us and says, that just wasn't fair, the way he just ran over the Delta Devil player. But when you start looking at that, you know, you got to make sure that your head is up on that.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And you get a good look there at Rawson, the kicker, and he has an amazing story in and of himself, and we'll talk about him as the game goes on.
Let's take a look at that touchdown again by Morgan. As great rush on this play, and here it comes, the defender. Oh, man.
Got to tighten up that chin strap.
Brandon Williams, a defensive back, graduate student from Lafayette, Louisiana. Boy, after a hit like that, you'll feel like gumbo.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he will not want to see that one in film study tomorrow.
Mississippi Valley on their own.
And you were talking about Watson, the kicker for Jackson State. What a story that was that Coach Taylor spoke about. He was already on campus. They didn't even know about it. One of his colleagues' friends called him from back in the day and said, hey, you got a kicker on campus after his original kicker got hurt, as a matter of fact. And so, man, what a blessing that was, he said.
Yeah, and, you know, they didn't have a kicker. He was having the game plan without a kicker.
Pass looks like it's going to be complete. And we'll look at that one more time. It looked like at first he had trapped the ball, but did a great job.
Yeah, good job
getting it in there.
And again, that's Carrick Ross. You know, they talked about the speed of Ross, so Jackson State has to respect that speed and play off him just a bit. And that cushion allowed him to pick up a nice reception, 7 yards. Real important for Valley. Now, you don't want to put your defense back on the field. You need to pick up a couple of first downs on this drive, try to go down and get some points before halftime.
And the give, where they really are stacking the line.
You know, one of our keys was that Mississippi Valley, they wanted to stop the running game of Jackson State, where Jackson State has flipped the script. They are really crowding the line of scrimmage. You see all the guys at the line of scrimmage. 6 guys on the line, and then you got 3 more guys ready to fill the gap. So 9 guys in the box right now against Valley. And again, they're going to have to take some shots downfield, maybe try to get Ross in one-on-one coverage.
DeFabian Fant, who's listed as a wide receiver, the junior from Greenwood, Mississippi, in the backfield once again. Here is Williams. Gets it out to Carrick Ross. Ross gets big yardage and a first down for Mississippi Valley.
Ross, again, he's their big play threat on the outside. He averages 10 yards per reception, leads the team with 2 touchdowns receiving on the year, trying to get out in space. Picks up the first down near midfield.
And that's what you want if you're Mississippi Valley. You want to try and get this ball towards that midfield stripe and continue this drive. Williams escapes pressure momentarily and then goes down. The Jackson State defense just relentless.
You definitely don't want to take a sack in that situation. Young quarterback, you just want to throw it away. Tries to get away, but too much speed that time from Joshua Clark. 6'2", grad student out of New Orleans.
2nd and 23.
Flying off the edge.
Well, 2nd down and a bunch of real estate for the Delta Devils to cover. Didn't want to give up a sack here. And one of the things that, you continue to see here, now you've got a 4-3 set here by Jackson State. Over the middle, good catch. And out of bounds. Kobe Chambers on the reception for Mississippi Valley after a short game.
Yeah, good job by Jaheim Hazel. And, Coach Taylor talked about his secondary and the great job that they've done so far this year. Hazel, along with Hughes and Williams and Washington, that quartet on the back end, that's what allows that front 7 to be so aggressive. He trusts those guys on the back end to hold the fort and not allow the big play.
3rd down and a lot. Williams passing over the middle, incomplete. That pass was intended for Chambers, and the Delta Devils will have to give the ball up again.
And this is where you're getting into your defense coming right back on the field after giving up a touchdown drive. You only pick up 1 first down on that possession.
Punt situation now, and you see Jackson State bring another player on the field. Had some guys coming from Jackson State to get this one off and hit right as he got the football. What a hit. Getting tackled is Duke Miller. 14-0 our score.
He needed to have waved that ball. He needed to have waved that ball off. They would have hit him any harder. That ball would have came straight on out, straight loose. That's a fumble right there. I know you want to run the ball, sir. I know that's important to you, but that was not good. That was terrible. Please don't do that no more. Because that was just wave the ball off. I know you want to go run the ball down for a touchdown, but nah. Oh, Jesus. These folks will keep your blood pressure high. It's 87 degrees. It's hot outside. 87 degrees today in Itabena, Mississippi. Y'all, it is hot over there. Hot. 87 degrees. So hopefully he doesn't do that again, because that's the second time that I've seen him do that, and that's not a good look at all. Where you want to return the ball so bad that you want to return the ball that bad. It's not that serious. It really isn't. Couple things that I think need to be implemented. Can we please see some more of our wide receivers? I mean, I need to see the full amount of this team. The probability that FAMU is going to lose 2 games, Alabama A&M is going to lose 2 games for us to be in a 3-way tie is slim. So let's open up the playbook and let's see some more players.
Is a SWAC Hall of Famer. He's been doing this for over 30 years. Been the voice of not only football but also basketball. Just really has been a mentor to many PA announcers and of course radio personalities.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done a great job. Great legend here at Mississippi Valley.
And the pass is incomplete as Morgan tried to get the ball out to Fabian McCray. And he had a couple of steps on the defender.
But this has been a game in the first half
the only wide receiver that can get
about field
open.
position so far for Jackson State. They've had excellent field position. They've had drives that began at their own 26, their own 42, the Valley 48, their own 43, and now they begin this drive at their 29.
Here's the handoff. Nothing, doing great defensive push. Moultrie gets tackled almost immediately.
For Mississippi Valley, their best field position was their last drive that began at their own 25-yard line. Their previous 3 possessions began inside their own 15.
And we've got an injured player.
Oh, my God.
It looks like it could be the center for Jackson State, Henry. And that could be a game changer.
That will be for the rest
because Henry is really the signal caller. He talk about how important he has been for
that
this
will be
team.
our season, folks.
And he has to come off the field.
Our center.
Yeah, 6'4", 324-pound senior. He is the anchor of that offensive line.
Douglas Fowler will now come in to replace Henry. Well, when you lose one of the Buffet Busters up front, boy, that's tough.
3rd and 10.
Actually, looks like it's going to be Kirk Ford, number 70, that comes in for him.
Lord, they don't have a center.
Jackson will take a timeout.
Where's Roa at?
Kirk Ford, 6'5", 308-pound graduate student. They got a lot of beef on the field and on the sideline to replace the beef. So,
boy, I'm telling you, man, they could do some damage to a buffet. So Ford Jr., who is third in the depth chart for Jackson State, will come on and replace Henry.
So now you get that quarterback center exchange, and good job by TC Taylor there. He wanted to allow those guys to get some snaps, let Ford get comfortable. This is a new center quarterback combination now. Morgan getting his first start of the year at quarterback, and now Ford coming in.
And so they do get Henry back in. Ford, actually the right guard, would have to move over to center. They don't have Douglas Fowler, it looks like, in the ball game. So little strategy there by head coach TC Taylor. Third down here for Jackson State. Morgan going up top. And this will be well out of the reach of receivers. The closest one was Kobe Powell. And that'll
Kobe Paul, sir. Kobe Paul. There's
good one-on-one coverage in that secondary. Omar Emmons, the sophomore out of Greenwood for Mississippi Valley, did a nice job in coverage, and that's going to force a punting situation. And Mississippi Valley, if they don't have a penalty or a negative play here, may finally get some good field position.
Punting situation now for Jackson
State.
So
that means our punter
will be Salerno. Salerno also a long snapper, and he gets this one away.
Good job.
Boy, it takes a Delta Devil bounce, and he bounces him off the ground.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nice play by the cover team, and that was John Huggins making the big tackle.
Did y'all see that? That was Avery Salerno.
Well, a good job to just catch the football and not allow it to continue to roll, but an excellent special teams play that time by Huggins to come down and make the big hit.
First and 10. Kobe Bates will feel that in the morning. We always talk about the importance of offense and defense, but it's that third area, special teams, the special teams coach for Jackson State, Taekwon Hammock, doing a great job in getting these guys coached up, making sure that they're covering the football.
Tackling
so Valley now trying to get their offense in motion. They've sputtered most of this first half.
Williams down the sideline. Great job by the wide receiver for Mississippi Valley. Malik Myers getting down to the sideline.
Good job by Myers coming back to the football. Williams, good strong throw. Look at the spin on that spiral, and they get it down past midfield. First time into Jackson State territory this afternoon for the Delta Devils.
Shaylin Hughes with a little wrestling match with Myers. Williams takes off with the football. Gets on the other side of the midfield stripe.
Good play that time by Jeremiah Williams, big number 99. He did second and third effort on that play. He came around on a stunt. Then Williams sneaks inside, tries to get away, and Williams circles all the way back around to make the tackle.
And for Mississippi Valley, they're bitten by the penalty bug, as it will be holding, backing them up into
That's what we need. Thank you for the penalty.
Yard line. And this is where you have those drive killers. You have a good drive, you get on the other side of the midfield stripe, boom, all of a sudden, you're back in your own territory. Delta Devils showing 4 receivers. Williams pulling the ball down, and it's incomplete. Tried to get it out to Malik Myers. Myers couldn't hold on to the football.
But Williams wanted to go deep downfield that time. Good coverage in the secondary by Jackson State. Once he felt the pressure, went to his underneath route and just in and out of the hands of the receiver. Watch Williams here. You see him. He wants to go deep. No one open. Comes back to his safety valve underneath, and you got to catch the football there.
Peppers was right there, though, and Doyle was right there on him.
To the receiver.
But you see the patience of the young quarterback, not throwing the football into traffic, going through his progressions, coming back
it's only
to his
3 minutes left.
The receiver has to make that
in the
catch.
second quarter, y'all.
Williams. Nice catch this time by Myers. turns back to the inside and gets the first down. And as a matter of fact, that's Carrick Ross on the catch for Mississippi Valley.
But Ross has been his favorite target so far here this afternoon. And again, just a little curl route, and he's able to pick up some nice yardage after the catch. So now it's going to be third down and short, third and about 7 for Mississippi Valley after a 2nd and 20. So he picks up 13 on the catch and run.
Big play here for Mississippi Valley. Williams takes his time. Gets the completion to the tight end, Jackson Davis, who's thrown down in Guthrie, and Davis starting to share pleasantries and a flag on the play.
You got to keep your cool, young man.
You
just made a key third down conversion for a first down. You can't give it up with an unsportsmanlike penalty.
And complete to Jackson Davis.
And, of course, Jackson Davis was having a few words with the official saying that, hey, you didn't call anything on Guthrie. It's always the second man, by the way. It's going to be a 15-yard penalty and a first down.
Well, the good news is it's a post-possession play, so they will get the first down. It's a big hit. It's a clean hit. A little bit of a push. Little join, you got to keep your hands to yourself. You're going to get a penalty every time. And the officials want to keep this game under control.
Jackson Davis talking to the officials saying, hey, you didn't see Guthrie, what he was doing, giving me the business down on the field. But it's always the second man.
So it'll be 1st and 10 after the 15-yard walk-off. But again, you put yourself right back near midfield.
Williams, and he's going down. Big tackle. And coming up from the defensive line spot, Phillip Webb.
Watch Webb, 39, just pushing the tackle right back into the quarterback. Great strength by Webb as he just uses his physical force to push the left tackle all the way into the backfield and force that sack.
Webb, 6'5", 265.
Here it comes again.
And once again, a sack.
What are they doing? Are they
Valley territory.
What we've been asking for all season long.
And there's big number 90, True Thompson.
Are they blitzing?
And a little bit of extracurricular activity.
Back-to-back sacks by this Jackson State defensive line as they start to take control of this football game now as we get deep into the second quarter.
True Thompson in the backfield in a hurry.
You know, you talk about the physical dominance up front for Jackson State.
Because
that's what they were lacking last week against Alabama State, that physicality.
Now all of a sudden you want to blitz.
But they brought it here this afternoon to
the
Valley.
gap.
They are dominating right now up front.
And, you know, Ken, look, here's the bad news for Valley. You got a big play. Your tight end got a first down. Here comes a penalty, sack, another sack, and now you're in third down and forever again.
Yeah, 3 negative plays in a row. And so now you find yourself in a 3rd and 22 situation. They reset the clock to 1:12 as I believe Jackson State used one of their timeouts. They have 1 timeout remaining. The Tigers, Mississippi Valley has 2 timeouts remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
And really, you cost yourself right around with 27 yards. Third down and a bunch. Here is the give. Cross the 40. Big run by the running back from Mississippi Valley, Jared Wilson, who keeps his footing and gets some of that yardage back into Jackson State territory under a minute to play.
Now let's see if Jackson State will use another timeout, force them to punt, or will they just let that clock continue to tick? I think Valley will be content with letting the clock run down as far as it can. They can't run it all the way out, but they can take it down under 30.
If Valley wanted to take a timeout, they could. They have 2 timeouts remaining. And remember, they get the ball to start the second half. They deferred to start the game.
Yeah, Coach Wade's going to let it go down to 1 on the play clock, and then he'll take a timeout and decides what he wants to do on 4th down.
Well, the good news is they were able to get 12 yards back, 16 seconds. That's what the Delta Devils have left on the clock. And here on 4th and 10, you know, if you're Mississippi Valley, a lot of different ways that you could go for this here. We do know if you don't get the first down, the clock automatically stops. Turnover on down, so you know Jackson State.
Some of y'all being a little bit extra.
Yeah, you could take a shot deep. That would use probably around 6 or 7 seconds. So even if you don't convert, Jackson State gets the football back with about 8, 9 seconds, maybe have time for 1 play, maybe 2. It depends on how much you trust your defense not to give up a big play if you don't convert on 4th down.
Well, you saw the fans in the stands fanning themselves like at the Baptist church where you had a funeral home fans and you're fanning yourself because it's hot outside.
It's a little warm.
It's in the mid-80s. And the Delta heat just is a little bit more disrespectful.
And the mosquitoes a little bit bigger.
I'm trying to tell you.
Maybe they just want to go.
This will bring them 4th down and 10.
They just want to go.
The ball resting at the 47.
At the half. We trying to have a score.
Williams escaped pressure initially and then tackled by Jeremiah Williams.
So that's 3 consecutive sacks by Jackson State. Now what this does, it gives the Tigers better field position because he takes the sack on his side of the 50. So now Jackson State has the ball around their 47-yard line. Watson, the new kicker, has a long of 42, I believe, so far this season.
So I tell you what, Jeremiah Williams, 6'3", 285. And he was able to get that big frame around and get to Williams.
Yeah, Watson has a long of 46, which means if they can get to the 29-yard line, they'd have a shot.
8 seconds left here into the half. Morgan going deep, looking, tipped, and out of bounds to end the first half. Well, they had a shot at it in the end zone with a couple of receivers down deep. 14-0 as we go into halftime. Jackson State on top after what was an eventful first half for the Jackson State University Tigers. Ken, you go into halftime. What are you talking about if you are Coach Wade and Mississippi Valley?
Well, you got to get this offensive line to protect your young quarterback. You got to find a way to get your running game going. You've done a nice job defensively holding Jackson State to 2 touchdowns, considering the excellent field position that the Tigers have had so far in the first half. So you have to do better offensively.
Rice-Cotton Stadium here in Itta Bena, Mississippi. We're at halftime, where the Jackson State University.
Y'all, we need to talk about this because this is ridiculous. Let's just keep it a buck. Anybody not named Valley, this would not be good at all. How they're fumbling the ball, not good. You cannot do that. Any other team not named Valley, we'd be looking at a dire situation. For some reason, they don't have the live stats on Valley's page. So I can't bring you any of the information. It's not up there right now. So that's unfortunate. A little better. They need to be playing a lot better. They need to, first of all, who is saying fire the defensive coordinator? The defense has been doing what they're supposed to be doing. Today, at least. The special teams coach is literally the linebacker coach. So if anything, we need to hire a special teams coach. Right now, the special teams coach is doubling by being the linebacker coach, which is Coach Hammock, and special teams. Oh, goodness. It's when I say we're doing fine against Valley. But if you want to keep it a buck, there were some fumbles that were done this particular first half that anybody not named Valley could have been detrimental to the game. And that's what we saw against Alabama State. And these fumbles that took place did not include a certain player on the field. So you can't blame him for the fumbles. I do like that Jacoby Morgan is more mobile, and he kind of takes on the effect of a Cam Newton. But I also want for the rest of the players to protect the ball. Jacoby Morgan, he has the size, the build of a Cam Newton. We now need to see from Jacoby, and we need to see more deep balls, more throwing. Because right now, he's winning that battle and with his rushing power. Me personally, I like what the defense is doing this particular game. Now, do I think that they should have been blitzing all season long? Absolutely. There's absolutely no reason for the type of, that's what type of artillery that we have is blitzing artillery. Like our True Thompson, Philip Webb, Alan Walker, Antonio Doyle, Jeremiah Williams, Coinus Miller, Devontae Davis, they thrive in an atmosphere where they're blitzing. And the reason why our defense is seeing that reduction is, of course, because of how they changed the scheme. And for me, I'm not telling somebody, oh, wait, they're playing.
The Jackson State University's Sonic Boom of the South, spelling out the word Jalen. Jalen Bird, an industrial technology student at Jackson State, tragically killed this week. They are honoring him on the field.
I feel like the DC just wanted to do his own thing. He didn't want to emulate last year's defense, and it cost us dearly.
Let's welcome our president, Dr. Elaine Anthony, and Mr. Anthony, and Director of Band, Dr. Roderick Little, as they show support and solidarity to the Burns family and the JSU community with a balloon release in his honor. The JSU family will never forget you, Jalen. And now, as we continue our show, let's welcome the thrill of 1,000,000 eyes. It's those gorgeous girls from Tiger World, the Prancing J-Set. Dancing to Drop the Bomb on Me by the Gap Band. Now, you know we couldn't come to the Delta without bringing some down-home blues with us. Welcome two of our drum majors. Welcome Dizzy Jenkins on saxophone and our head drum major Christian Hupton on trumpet.
The Sonic Boom of the South, entertaining the fans here on the Delta. Jackson State on top, 14-0 here at halftime at Rice Town Stadium.
I apologize. The website does not have any of the stats. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the channel. We have about 400 in the chat right now. I'm sure once the game returns, it'll pick back up. But while we are waiting for the game to return, I want to talk a little bit about the changes that are being made, the personnel that's being utilized. Let's talk about it. Let's see what we got over here. This is Coach Bradley. Of course, he was the previously at Alcorn and at UAPB. He spent 4 seasons in the NFL as a defensive lineman with the Tampa Bay Bucks and Detroit Lions, a 4-year player at Arkansas State. So this is his dark side defense that he has available. And some of these players we haven't really seen that much of. And I do not know the status of it. I want to see more of Julius Reynolds or Goodell or Stanley Cooks, Braxton Barney. Since our pathway to go to the SWAC championship is pretty much dwindled, can we open up the playbook and switch out the players? as much as possible. We need to be flipping the script. Like everything needs to be switched around. I want to see some new personnel on the field on both sides of the ball. Of course, we have Coach J.O. Now, mind you, most, if not all of the current coaches have seen or worked with each other in the MEAC with Coach T.C. Taylor. We just kind of looked with some, like a deer in headlights when they said that Evan Henry, which is the current center, is down. He was only down for, I believe, like one play, or he got it together and he got back on the field. But who is going to be that replacement? Our O-line, for the most part, hey, we could definitely play a little bit better. I know a lot of people are blaming Jason Brown for some of the play, but a lot of the times that O-line wasn't holding up. And I could also say, on the flip side, Alabama State has a really good defense. Really good defense. Colton Adams is probably going to be Defensive Player of the Year. It says, why do you think it's that simple and okay to steal somebody's schemes and plays? Blitzing is not that hard. You guys act like it's an art to blitzing. Come on. These players already know the scheme. Especially, let me go back to this. Who said that? Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? There's at least, okay, Coynes, Devontae Davis, Goodell, Williams, Reynolds, and Doyle, and True, even though True was injured last year, they've already been in the blitzing regime. That's all they do is blitz. They don't know if they might blitz one way and blitz the other, but the point is they've already been in that regime. They already know about blitzing. So why would that be so hard for them to be able to continue that? Is it done yet? Y'all, I'm over here doubling. I got the game going, and I got my son. I love you, Mommy. I love you too. So the pancake picture, Mr. Campbell, is for when they get pancakes. You're funny. See? This is what the offensive line is supposed to have ready for the opposing team's D-line. And I just want to see them. For me, I just wanted to see some of the repetition. I understand installing a new offense or installing a new defense, but if it's not broke, then don't fix it. And one of the things that absolutely was not broke was our blitzing. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and play a commercial so I can fix my son's macaroni and cheese. Y'all, thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to make a donation to the channel, or you can join the membership. And let me go ahead and play this commercial real quick. Hop on this. Oh, I'm gonna play this commercial from Miss Rochelle tomorrow evening. She has a live show regarding domestic violence awareness. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that. Oh, no, that's not. Whoa, that's not domestic violence. That was my smoke pick of the week. I'm sorry. I'm going to play that commercial later on, though. Miss Rochelle does have a show tomorrow evening, 9 p.m. Eastern time for domestic violence. That was my smoke pick of the week, which, by the way, I won. I can play this video, but it has to be on mute. Howard University. Y'all, I was right. I was right. Howard won today, 27-24. It was down to the wire, but they won. So that was my smoke pick of the week. Make sure that you tune in this Tuesday for, oh wait, no, not this Tuesday, this Wednesday, coming Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. For a recap. I'm also on Monday, I will be doing a President's Watch. Basically, Monday, we should have the announcement for Jackson State's president. Southern is losing to BCU. See what happens when you don't put Southern in there? You are lying to me. Oh, Howard won. Mr. Campbell, you know I wouldn't be bragging on doing that video if Howard didn't win. Howard won. I'm not going to say who should and who shouldn't start, but I will say this. I would love to see some more throws to other than McCray. Okay, I want to see the Kobe Pauls. I want to see some difference makers. Y'all had me bragging on y'all all summer long. I was talking mess. Had my slides of everybody that's on there. I'm gonna need to see some plays being made. Because at some point, folks are blaming Jason Brown. But if it's a different quarterback and same results, then what do that mean? It might mean it wasn't. It might mean it wasn't the quarterback. I'm just saying. Braxton, come eat your Spider-Man stuff. All right, y'all. Comment in the chat. Comment in the chat. How many points do you think are going to be scored for the second half? How many points do you think are going to be scored?
Everybody say. I heard you singing.
The Mean Green Marching Machine from Mississippi Valley entertaining the crowd. We will take a break here as we return here for our halftime entertainment here at Mississippi Valley.
That was so.
Let me just preface that they are wrong as two left shoes for not letting that drop. Can we talk? That was wrong for that. I would let y'all hear my my voice, but that'll cost y'all extra. So I'll just keep it to myself. I will keep it to myself. Let's see. Valley's bigger than the boom. Who said that? Who said that? I most definitely, first of all, ain't nobody firing the defensive coordinator after his first year. No, that's just not happening. If you look at the complete body of work, we can look at South Carolina State game. Let me pull up these games. I don't think that it justifies firing him. I'm sorry, I don't. Let's see. Against South Carolina State, they only scored 7. Against Southern, only 14. Against Bethune-Cookman, only 16. I'm sorry, I don't believe that out of all of his games that it warrants firing. Just based on the level of play. It says the boom only bought the travel ban. Oh. Well, at least we bought our ban. We're not like those Rattlers. Did the Rattlers bring their ban? I don't think so. Did they bring theirs? Somebody let me know. Did they bring their ban? I don't think they did. Let's look at some of these matchups. Let me see what else I got in my arsenal that we can look at. So I think that some of these players have been really key additions. Keedron Culligan is and of course number 5 is Wiggins. He has had some times where he drops coverage. He's made some mistakes, but he's also made up for those mistakes. I think that Coach Lorenzo Quinn is an awesome addition to the game, or excuse me, to the team, and then Coach Magana Jr. We've seen all of the team make plays. Anthony Petty, Kevrick Wiggins, they've all made some good, huge plays. I don't think Josh Short is on the team. I'd just be seeing him. Wait, hang on just a second, y'all.
Make some big plays with his feet as he gives problems to the Delta Devils.
Yeah, the Syracuse transfer had a nice first half. You see the little dump off to the tight end, but he puts it on the ground. But Henry with the recovery.
And then, of course, Morgan once again. This time he hands it off to his running back, Moultrie. Goes in and gets 6 on the board for Jackson State.
Yeah, capped off a 58-yard drive, put him up 7-zip. Jackson State comes back, another big play and another turnover by the Tigers.
Yeah, it seems like that the Jackson State University Tiger offense putting the ball on the ground a lot, but then he does it with his feet.
Oh, and then he's going to run over that guy at the 15-yard line. Morgan, his first touchdown of the year from 19 yards out, put the Tigers up 14-zip, and then that defense took over late in the second half. 3 consecutive sacks on Williams to close out the first half for Jackson State.
Let's take a look at some of the stats here presented by Pepsi. And one of the glaring stats here, of course, you got the rushing yards.
Yeah, 18 carries, only 17 yards for the Delta Devils running the football. That front 7 of Jackson State has been dominant here in the first half.
The time of possession really misleading. Jackson State only with the ball 10 minutes, 41 seconds, but that's because of up-tempo offense and good field position.
Yeah, Mississippi Valley, they've slowed down the tempo in this ball game to try to shorten the ball game, but it hasn't worked so far as getting points on the scoreboard. They've dominated time of possession, but have not been able to put the ball into the end zone. And, of course, field position has been a big thing in this first half as well. Mississippi Valley, their best field position, only the 25-yard line. The worst field position with Jackson State was the 26.
I think you brought up a great point earlier. For Mississippi Valley, they've been running the ball a lot. When they have been able to pass the ball and been successful, it has loosened up Jackson State just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been able to move it some, but they just haven't been able to be consistent. And then we also saw in the first half, as they were moving the football down the field, they'd have a critical penalty. They'd have something negative to put them back. A sack. The offensive line has really been challenged here so far in the first half.
And I think composure is another thing that Mississippi Valley will have to make sure that they do. A costly personal foul penalty late.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get ready here for the second half kickoff, they have to make those adjustments. I'm sure Coach Wade has talked to his team about those penalties as they come out with a little trickeration here to begin the third.
A little flea flicker for Mississippi Valley to start things off, and the Fabian Fence getting around the edge. Nice job to start things off here in this second half.
Well, you want to try to get some good field position to start this third quarter, and they try to catch Jackson State sleeping, a good little end around there, and now Mississippi Valley will have a little breathing room to begin this third period.
Well, I tell you what, this is a good opportunity for the Delta Devils.
Look at Tyron Williams, his numbers on the first half.
12 for 15, 103 yards, so he hasn't missed a lot of targets. A couple of those were drop balls, by the way.
And you look at those 5 big sacks by Jackson State, 3 of those in consecutive order to end the first half.
And for Mississippi Valley, they got to get things started. Nice pass to the tight end, and that's Jackson Davis. A little bit of redemption because he's one of the ones that got that personal foul penalty.
Yeah, he cost them some critical yardage at the end of the first half, but they come right back to him. And again, getting that yak yardage after the catch, and now they'll get down into Jackson State territory.
So first down now for Jackson State, for Mississippi Valley here early on.
So Teddy, were you thinking that even if the team responded that we were beating Texas State?
That defense of Jackson State just relentless. Jared Wilson on the carry.
Yeah, and we talked about that running game. They have to get that going to try to balance this offense. You cannot put it all on the big, broad shoulders of Tygerian Williams, young freshman.
One of the things Coach Wade spoke about, playing a full game. He felt like they did that against Pine Bluff. The challenge was playing for 60 minutes. Here's Williams going deep, and it is intercepted. What a catch.
Interception!
Safety,
BJ Washington.
And Coach T.C. Taylor raved about this kid in our meeting this week. BJ Washington, he said, has been playing lights out. He's a junior college transfer. He has 3 years left in this program. He understands the system. Right there, he makes all the calls in the secondary, and he's a local kid from Jackson, Mississippi.
Just the way he laid out in order to catch this football was incredible.
The final biscuit at the dinner table. I'm taking it to my room.
Well, the Delta Devils have put themselves inside the red zone, the most precious territory on the football field. Chambers was in motion. Williams steps up, and he is just bear hugged. Athens Smith.
What in the world is going on? Did I miss something?
Sack of the afternoon.
Who fumbled?
For this Jackson State defense.
Because I set it up. So we had an interception and they gave it back.
Blocker to help protect.
Hey, wait, what
Williams
happened?
May need to get more depth. He's only taking a 3 to 5 step drop. May need to take a 7-step drop to give himself a little bit more time in the pocket. You definitely want to get points after that exchange of turnovers. Gives you great field position.
Who fumbled the ball?
Flag on the play.
Who fumbled the ball? What quarterback?
Laundry has been
who fumbled? Say their name.
The Delta Devils. This time Holton.
What? Who fumbled? What's their name?
Back-to-back.
I don't want to say the name, huh?
Get excellent field position. You have a negative play on first down and then a penalty on second down. What we just talked about during the halftime break, you cannot have those negative plays against a tough defense like Jackson State.
Y'all need to Y'all need to put some everybody
part of the reason
on
that
Sunday.
you
Everybody
had that
they
point there is
win,
because
lose
just the
to
speed
football.
up front of those defensive linemen and what they're able to do.
Mr. Campbell,
And
I
Coach
saved
Taylor
him.
talks
I
about
hit
how
the
important
live
it was
button
for
because
those linemen to
we're
shut off those blocks and get around the
commenting
edges.
in
Right,
the
you talk
chat.
about having
So
your toes
I
underneath
set
your
up the
shoulders
live.
and making sure you have good balance.
Williams going deep once again, and it is caught.
Yeah!
Touchdown, Mississippi Valley. What an amazing catch.
Touchdown. It's that man again, Ross.
Ross with the catch. Carrick Ross, 5'11", 185, makes an electrifying catch.
There is the mark.
Holding against Mississippi Valley.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yes! Holding! Take it away! Holding! Thank you, God! Thank you for cheating!
Well, I tell you what, the
or
film
not
room
cheating!
is not
or
going to
making
be
the right call!
a place of enjoyment this week.
Let's see where we can see it at the top of the screen. Is it the left tackle or is it inside on the right guard as he pulled down one of the Jackson State interior linemen? Nevertheless, it's going to wipe out a 27-yard
That's
touchdown.
the second
catch
time
by
that
Ross.
Valley done had a bad call like
And it's
that
going
at
to make
home.
it second down and forever now. Second and 28 for Mississippi Valley.
An amazing
Shake,
catch by
shake,
Ross
shake.
and a touchdown off
Shake
the
the
board
devil
now
off.
for Mississippi Valley.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake
Williams
the devil
looking.
off. Shake, shake,
Escaping
shake.
pressure.
Oh, Lord.
He'll take off with the football. Gets inside the 25-yard line and a big hit for Jackson State. That's going to be John Huggins with another huge hit. He's had a couple of those today.
He's had a couple of big hits. And look, when you knock down a 6'4", 240-pound quarterback and put him on the grass, I mean, he came with force
Huggins
to deliver that block.
tackling hard.
That brings up third down. It looks like 17. We got 11 on that play.
Third down, 3rd and 20.
Well, they're going to call it 3rd and 20 now.
They need to get to just inside the 5-yard line.
So 3rd and 20.
Defense, Tigers, defense. A lot of
Valley's going to take a
defense.
timeout.
Oh, now y'all want to call.
Wow. Well, Mississippi Valley had 6 on the board, taken off. They've had several negative plays. And, you know, all of those just come from concentration. 14-0 is our score. Jackson State on top.
Y'all. Y'all, this is absolutely ridiculous. Let me see if I can find that play, because what had happened was I saw people was talking about BJ, and so I was like, oh, okay. Let me fast forward, because I guess we, I went forward too much, but I'm just trying to figure it out. So we're gonna watch this play. Uh-oh, I see it. We're gonna watch this play because we missed it. So we're gonna rewatch the play. Mind you, BJ Washington had just intercepted it. So let's look at this and see what happened.
In order to catch this football was incredible. And the intended receiver was Kobe Chambers. And really, Williams didn't even see him coming. So an interception. And now the Delta Devils will come out on defense, Jack.
Are y'all seeing this? All right, we got to replay it because I got to know what happened.
The State deep inside their own territory, but they'll take it. And there's all kinds of movement. It's a fumble. There's a fumble on the play. The Delta Devils have the ball inside the 15-yard line.
Oh, my.
Wow.
The fact that Jackson was able to hold Valley.
Dietrich Jones, 6 feet, 300 pounds. And just when you think Jackson State is going to make something happen, here comes Mississippi Valley. And this was just a poor snap.
Oh, the quarterback didn't
My
fumble it.
And the big fella pounces on the Jones. Give me that biscuit.
It looked like that was the center that fumbled. All right, y'all. Back to our regular scheduled session.
Delta Devil mascot, entertain the crowd, and the horn section at Jackson State always doing great things, entertaining wherever they go.
You know, one of the interesting stats, it was just amazing last week. Jackson State in that loss to Alabama State, they ran 86 offensive plays to only 46 for Alabama State. Rarely do you see a team lose a football game when you have a 40-play disparity like what happened last week.
Here's the throw. Jackson Dixon going up for it, incomplete. He was well covered.
Jaheim Hazel with the save. Jaheim Hazel with the save.
In the first half today, Mississippi Valley ran 33 plays to only 27 for Jackson State and are trailing 14-zip as you look at the completion there.
Yeah, there's a 9-minute disparity when you look at the time of possession at halftime. And again, it goes when you start doing things where you don't have the ball long.
Little swinging gate formation here, and Jackson State's going to call a timeout.
Oh,
so
here we go.
Down.
Who is that calling? Is that Valley?
Coach Wade has had an interesting call on fourth down, causing Jackson State to call a timeout.
So you wonder if they'll go for the field goal here, trailing 14-zip. Anthony Turnage on the season for Mississippi Valley, 3 of 5, but he has a long of 44 yards. Right now, the ball is at the 24, so it would be around a 41, 42-yard field goal from here.
Defensive coaches talking to the line, and one of the things that they're telling them is don't jump off sides if they do come out and go for it on fourth down. Got to be disciplined here.
Yep.
Interesting call here on fourth down if you're Coach Wade. You want to go for points here? Do you want to go
he's
for
trying to get them to get
possibly
offside.
getting into the end zone?
Or no, not offsides. I don't know what they're not fourth and 5. So
40-yard field goal attempt coming up.
It looks like it's going to be, is it Davis?
Alexander Davis on to kick.
Block it, block it, block it, block it.
Here's a snap. It's up and
it is way off.
Close.
He couldn't hit the backside of a barn.
Alexander Davis, his first field goal attempt of the year. Anthony Turnage actually was the starting field goal kicker coming into the year. Second team all conference, as a matter of fact. So you wonder what's going on with Turnage.
Well, another missed scoring opportunity for Mississippi Valley. They had the touchdown taken off the board earlier in this drive. A couple of penalties later, they have the 4th and long. They go for the 40-yard field goal attempt, missed by Davis. So Mississippi Valley here in the third quarter with an interception on their opening possession, and then they miss a field goal here on their second possession.
Defense now on the field for the Delta Devils, and Morgan takes off with the football. Big gain on first down, and Morgan gets into Mississippi Valley State territory.
Well, watch that hole open up like the Red Sea. A lot of green gas for Morgan to navigate as he rumbles into Mississippi Valley territory for a big first down.
You got to give it to those guys up front. The buffet busters just absolutely opening up real estate. Morgan looking and throwing out of bounds. He had some pressure coming on that backside.
We've seen him be able to run the football, become that dual threat option that Coach T.C. Taylor likes at that quarterback position. Of course, Taylor in his first season taking over for Coach Prime, and he says that he knows that he can do this job now.
Morgan goes deep once again, looking for the receiver, incomplete.
He says when you get into your first head coaching role, you think you can do it, but now 7 weeks in, he knows that he's the man for the job.
Fortian, the wide receiver from Orlando, couldn't come up with it, and it's third down. Valley showing blitz. Nice pass. Out Duke Miller, and he's tackled well short of the first down.
That was a great job by that secondary coming up to make the play, not letting him get the yards after catch, that yak that all these receivers like to get. And that's going to force a decision for Coach T.C. Taylor. Up by 14, he's going to bring in his punting unit.
When you think about what the defense has done for Jackson State, not a bad move when you really think about it. You can pin Valley back deep. And with some of the self-inflicting penalties that they've had, a hold in the end zone, that's 2 points. This one goes straight up in the air, really short kick.
Oh, my. Shanked that one.
Yeah, this one I think is going to be inside the 30, right at the 25-yard line, as a matter of fact. So not the punt that I'm sure that they wanted, but Valley will get the ball at the 25-yard line. 14-0.
So now that you see that our wide receivers are having a little bit of trouble bringing in, and then for the most part, what are you guys thinking now? What are you guys thinking? How's that working out for you? Let me see what this is. I don't know. What do you guys think about these pass plays? I mean, at first you guys were blaming it on Jason Brown and saying he's bad. But now that you have a whole different quarterback and he's still not able to bring these passes in, what are you guys thinking? What's going on? Is it the quarterback hurry? Is it the offensive line? I really would like to know what's going on. Y'all let me know in the chat what the difference is, or what do you think they need, because let's just keep it a buck. Compared to other teams, this would be a problem. So who else do we have left on the team? Or excuse me, no, who else do we have left on the schedule? And could that cause a problem? Valley was supposed to be a blowout. That's just the truth. Valley was supposed to be a blowout. So take that what you will. Now the defense doing what they supposed to do.
Drank the last bit of it just in disappointment.
Oh man. That's the last thing you want to lose is your drink.
Yep.
On a hot sunny day in the Delta.
Oh man. Feel
man.
bad for that guy. It's a hot day and you just spill the rest of your lemonade. 14-0 our score.
Lemonade.
Yeah.
Huh? You say so.
Williams pulling the ball down, taking off with it, and it's tripped up on first down.
His production has gone completely off the rails.
No, Dwayne, we would not like Musa. Musa is even worse.
Valley needs to get back on the rails.
I don't even think
really struggled in this.
I don't even think that
Williams has had a
did
nice outing
BAMU didn't put up
in
no
and of
points in the
itself,
fourth
but
quarter.
The offensive line has struggled. They've given up 6 sacks against the young quarterback, and they really haven't been able to put together a good, solid drive without penalties or mistakes or negative plays.
And if you take a look at what Jackson State is doing now, they've got, 6 up front now. And everybody coming after Williams. He got the ball away, though. Spinning out of a tackle is Carrick Ross. So they made something out of nothing as Williams was just absolutely obliterated on that play.
And again, we talk about Carrick Ross.
As long a
This
win is a
kid has
win.
been
A
outstanding
win
as you
is
look at
a
the backside
win.
pressure put on Williams, but a nice move in the open field by Ross. Picks up some nice yardage. It's going to be 3rd down and short now for Mississippi Valley, and see if they can just tough this one out to pick up that 1 yard.
Well, I tell you what, Joshua Clark came around and just
Joshua Clark
out
was getting ready
Williams.
to knock the sonic rings out of that boy.
Here's a give. Nice carry by Wilson. And you know, Coach Wade said this week that the coaches have to be consistent. They have to focus on the process. And the challenge is changing the mindset. And, you know, he told his players, he says, look, you know, I don't know what you're used to doing, but we have to change how we do things here at Mississippi Valley.
Yeah,
and he's been able to change some mindsets.
And he said, you know, and I asked him, well, what is changing the mindset in that locker room? It's like not going into the game wanting to just compete. You want to go into the game thinking that you can win each and every ball game, but he says it's also more than the wins and losses. He wants to concentrate on the process that it takes to win ball games. You may not come out on top on the scoreboard, but are you doing the things necessary to compete?
Was that an interception?
It was.
What an interception by Jackson State.
That man again.
Huggins, boy, first of all, he hits, then he picks.
Well played.
Interception.
Watch this play
Huggins.
as he just jumps the route in, cuts in front of the intended receiver. Williams never saw it, and Huggins comes up with the pick.
Myers was in the intended receiver, and now Jackson State gets the ball back. And this is on the plus side of the field. So again, time of possession doesn't matter when you can get the ball in Valley territory.
Coordinator doing what he got to do today.
To change of possession.
Big, send me a cash app, Big.
Nice run on first down. The line really pushing.
Let's go, Moultrie.
And on the carry, once again, is Moultrie. Tell you what, before this game, a lot of tailgating going on.
What's that playing?
This time,
ooh,
tipped away. Nice defense by Mississippi Valley.
Boy, if he would have caught
Valley
that
played
ball,
a really clean game last week against Arkansas Pine Bluff. They had no turnovers in the ball game last week. They only had 4 penalties against Arkansas Pine Bluff in that huge win last week. This afternoon, particularly here in the 3rd quarter, they've already had 2 turnovers and a missed field goal attempt.
Omar Emmons tipping that ball away.
Dropped it.
And all right, take his ass out.
Morgan
take him out. Take him out right now.
Man, I don't know what is going on with Jackson State and not being able to hold on to the football. That is their 4th fumble of the afternoon. Luckily for them, they've recovered 2, but they've also lost 2. They lost 3 fumbles last week in the loss against Alabama State.
Coach Taylor not happy at all. Is there a penalty?
And there wasn't nobody there either.
So that is going to be an illegal block on DJ Stevens, personal foul. That's a 15-yard penalty.
That right there.
They're going to decline the penalty because of the lost yardage on the fumble by Morgan.
Yeah, you definitely don't.
You cannot blame the offensive coordinator for all these fumbles.
So punting situation.
He literally had the ball in his hand and he dropped it. No, we do not want Musa.
This one's straight up in the air. Takes a Valley bounce, then a little bit of a Jackson roll, and the Delta Devils will take over at the 28-yard line. 14-0, Jackson State.
Listen, y'all not about to make me look like a damn fool. After all this bragging about our quarterback room, this is how y'all do me? And we still don't want Musa. We still don't want Musa. Absolutely not. Musa Alusa. Musa is not good at all. No. And we're not in the fourth quarter yet. That's when FAMU started pulling away in the fourth quarter. So oh Lord have mercy. Against Valley, I mean, Valley's not, I'm not trying to be funny, but Valley's not even playing that good today. Jackson State is just playing bad. All right. So as far as like our long snapper is still kicking the ball for us today, if you guys have noticed that. So there's that. Lord have mercy on my soul. I don't even know what to say right now. Let's get back to the game. Oh, I know what to say. Over almost 500 people in the chat. Y'all can go ahead and hit that like button. Thank you so much for hitting the like button.
That has suffered with cancer of some form, so you definitely want to honor those, and we use the month of October to do that. And you see the some of the kids with pink gloves, pink towels, and things of that nature to represent.
Kobe Bates with the catch. Gain of about 6, and here when you got second down and 4 for Coach Bates, this brings up a little bit of a different scenario here because you can do a few different things. And, just for Valley, I think it's about just getting into the rhythm.
Yeah, and they haven't been able to do that all day. Every time they take 2 steps forward, they take 1 step backwards, and you have to give a lot of credit.
Well, if he holds on to the ball, Riley, we'll be able to see it.
This is still a very tough defense, and that front 7 is not to be played with.
Here's a give and no gain on the
play. Boy, our defense not playing today. They are lights out.
And
you're running Jacoby Thomas on the carry.
Yeah, you're running right into the teeth of that defense, in between the guard and tackle. You want to try to get to the edges against Jackson State. They have tremendous speed, but you want to try to get to the outside.
There you see the scoring summary.
This is the defense I remember.
Rush, capping off a 7-play, 58-yard drive, 329. And then the second quarter, Morgan with a 14-yard touchdown rush, 6 plays, 57 yards, 2:41 off the clock. Williams takes off with the ball, and then he turns back to the inside and meets up.
Drew Thompson with the sack.
Yeah, they're just overmatched up front. 7th sack of the afternoon for that Jackson State defense.
Oh, Lord.
And just watch that pocket collapse. You got 3 offensive linemen standing around, and the quarterback is on the ground. That's never a good look.
Drew Thompson and Peppers there on the sack. And pretty good punt. This will flip the field and go into the end zone. That was a pretty good punt. Unfortunately, they couldn't pin him back, but great job by the special teams in trying to get a good punt on.
It was a good job. Just got a little too much on it, so it'll come out to the 20-yard line for Jackson State. And they've had their own problems here in the third quarter, unable to move the football. They've had to run it twice. They've had 1 fumble. They've actually had 2, recovered 1 themselves.
Miller.
So they're really struggling offensively here. Again, first-time starter. Morgan got the call today, and he was going to be under center. He's done a nice job acquitting himself, the Syracuse transfer.
Here is the keeper by Morgan on first down.
They stripped the football again. They were going for it. Morgan able to hold on to it.
They've been trying to just
So you
strip
look
the
at
ball.
Jackson State and how their drive started last week against Alabama State. Is there you can see once again play coming right at you.
See them going for the football. And look, once you get that reputation as a team that you're putting the ball on the turf, the opposing defensive coaches are going to instruct their
ball
players.
out all game.
First person wrap him up, second person go for the ball.
And whoever the camera was,
I don't even see number 11 on the field. Where's number 11 at?
Sign him up. And there you see it more reaching for the football as McGee gets the catch. You know, when you look at Jackson State's drives last week against Alabama State, the first, 5 drives, fumble, punt, punt. Then they finally got on the board with the field goal and the touchdown, and they came.
I swear to God, if they fumble this ball again, I'm turning the stream off. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Yep.
Y'all can't even donate enough money for me to watch them fumble again.
Probably their most impressive drive of the game last week was in the fourth quarter. And here's a throw by Morgan, and it is incomplete.
That was to you, Kobe. That was your
Great
spot.
defensive play. Yeah, their best drive last week, they had 2 actually, but one of their best ones was 13 plays, 92 yards, took 5:41 off the clock at the fourth quarter. Well, look at that. Just
pressure coming off the edge, yeah. Nearly got to the quarterback. Good job by Morgan just to get rid of it. Made a nice throw as well.
He's not having enough
as the
time.
receiver was the only one that had an opportunity to bring it in, but
Come on,
it's going to force a
Kobe.
3 and out.
Q Riley, we don't give no 2M about
Here is the kick. Short kick, but will take a little bit of a bounce. And that's where the Delta Devils will take over. Looks like right around the 42, 43-yard line here in this third quarter.
State with a 14-point lead over Arkansas Pine Bluff. That game midway through the third quarter. And Southern with a 14-7 lead down in Daytona Beach against Bethune-Cookman. And coming up later tonight,
having an arm, you have
Houston,
to have
Florida
efficiency
A&M
with it.
makes the travel
on,
across the South as they'll take on TSU.
That'll be an interesting game over there at TSU.
Completion
That should be a fun environment
paramount.
down at Texas Southern this afternoon.
Now, is that game on campus?
No, that game will be at the soccer stadium where they normally play their home games.
Flea flicker.
Ooh.
Here's the throw, and it is incomplete.
Good job, Daniel.
Preparation. And Jackson Davis was the intended receiver for Mississippi Valley. It'll be second down.
Well, that's what Valley has to do. They have to try to mix it up. We saw them come out with the little reverse on the opening kickoff.
I mean, I told y'all Valley be playing
flea flicker, but
hard at home,
recovery
but
that time by Jackson
Lord.
State in the secondary to knock that football away.
I'll tell you what, Davis, he had his hands on the football momentarily. Jalen Hughes on the coverage, waving his fingers. No. Here's the throw, incomplete. He tried to get it into the hands of his wide receiver, Malik Antoine, and that'll bring up third down. And here, on third down, now you haven't been able to get any positive yards yet on this particular series of downs. So that kind of forces you into a little bit of a situation here on third down. And you'll probably see Jackson State University drop back in coverage a little bit more here.
Yeah, look, they're going to look for number 13, Carrick Ross. He's at the bottom of the
I
screen.
wouldn't be holding up off of a blitz.
He's
I
been
would
their
still
big
have
target so far this afternoon.
Corey Bates, the inside slot guy, and that's who they get the ball to, and he dropped the ball. It was down by his ankles. Couldn't pull the ball in.
Yeah,
Tyus Martin was getting ready to
Williams there. Put it on his number so that way he can turn and run.
This
They
is
had
called-
an inside screen set up.
This
They
is
had
called
those
who can do
horses
4 and out
out
the
in
most, or
front,
3. Yeah,
ready to
who's doing
escort it,
3 and out,
but
4
the
and out
pass was too
the
low.
most. I guess they're gonna play hot potato between defense.
Running situation now for Mississippi Valley.
Can we get a block here,
Neither
please?
offense able to generate anything here in this third period.
One of our
In a
tight ends is
punting
injured.
contest.
Why is he?
And this one goes out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. Well, coming up next for Jackson State, they will be on the road at
I don't even
Arkansas Pine
see
Bluff.
Isaiah Spencer.
And for
Oh yeah,
Mississippi
there he
Valley,
is, right
they will
there.
make the trip
Spencer,
to Alcorn State University.
Miller.
So, you know,
I
if you're
mean, they got him. They
Valley
just
in
not
Lafayette,
playing
if
him.
Jackson,
Maybe they
you're
came
gonna
to
go
practice
south,
late.
take on Alcorn
Okay, Isaiah
State, about
Spencer's going out
2.5,
there.
3-hour ride.
Staying in the state.
Mm-hmm.
The turnover bowl.
About a 2-hour ride, 2.5 hours, right around there.
How many turnovers do they have?
But for Jackson State, they got a couple of big ones coming up. The big one, of course, November the 18th. They'll take on Alcorn State. And they get Texas Southern at home. So they'll close out the last 2 weekends. The 4th against Texas Southern, then the bye, and the 18th against Alcorn. Here's Morgan, pass, and it is no gain on the play.
Now, why didn't they?
Great job.
Why didn't they send
We called his
Isaiah
name a
Spencer
couple of times
down?
today. The sophomore from Greenwood, Mississippi, coming up to make the play in open space.
From just down the street, literally.
So now what can Jackson State do to get their offense going? They haven't really tried to run the football here in the second half.
And now they're running stack formations to both sides.
This is why would you not run? Oh,
Morgan will go deep.
okay.
Incomplete.
Why? Oh my God! Why do you guys keep doing that? At this point, he can throw decent tail, but you gotta throw it. I don't even know anymore.
You know, if you just take a look at the score, you're just joining us, 14-0. You say to yourself, man, this is a relatively close game. You know, third quarter, you know, you thought,
I'm
you know,
done.
is this Jackson State team going to have too much depth for Mississippi Valley? But both teams really have committed their own set of mistakes throughout the ball game. And really, Valley's really had the opportunity to have this game tied up.
They really have had an opportunity. They've done a great job defensively
If it
against the
wasn't-
Jackson State
oh my
offense.
God.
Ball on the ground.
Oh
and
my.
keep in, Santoria.
What is that, the
Get
fifth fumble of the
him
ball game for
out
Jackson State?
of
Time the
game.
ball has been on the ground for Jackson
That's
State.
enough.
And look,
It's not even
Jackson
about
in the open.
that. That's like
Grass is
5
a bit higher.
fumbles.
It's a slower
And
turn,
everybody
much
who's
slower
saying
turn.
run the ball,
But
you
Jackson
need to
State
stop,
is used
because
to
if
playing
Jason
on
Brown
compared to what they
caused
play
that
on
many
that ball.
fumbles, you guys
It's
would be
just a
calling for
different
his
vibe, a
head.
different environment, and you have to get yourself
Now,
psyched up to play the game.
and y'all over here talking about bad
Offensively, they
snap.
really struggled here this afternoon.
Now, if that was Jason Brown, y'all would be calling, give these kids a chance.
And here's a kick. That takes a Jackson State bounce inside the 45-yard line to about the 44.
That's a good punt.
Still 20 ticks left on the clock here in the third quarter. Again, if you're Mississippi Valley, you have pretty decent field position to start the drive. You didn't have any of that in the first half.
No, you've had great field position here in the second half, and they have not been able to take advantage of it as the faithful have packed the stands here in Irvina here this afternoon.
That was a bad
They're
snap.
looking for something to cheer for from the home team.
Oh, okay.
Well, now the offense
So
will
when
get
it
their
was him, it's
opportunity
a bad snap.
to try to get this crowd excited. If you're the offensive line, or just no penalties.
That's a hole.
Williams with the pass.
Oh,
Gets it out to Chambers, and he gets positive yardage here on first down.
once again, y'all are kind of hypocritical over here, man. So I'm just saying, you can't blame Jason Brown for some fumbles either, but y'all do.
Yards, probably the final play of the quarter.
No,
so it should be an interesting final
You know what?
15 minutes here.
We go to the final
To run the
quarter
ball.
here on the Delta.
At this particular time, with all elected officials,
Mississippi Valley trailing 14-0 after this
Let me turn
huge
this
play. What an interception.
Let me turn this commercial off. Commercial.
Who won't smoke with me? Who won't smoke with me? Who won't smoke with me?
Oh, Jesus. Let me breathe. Ooh, thank God for our defense today. Thank God for our defense today, boy. That's that dark side defense I've been talking about all summer long. No fly zone over here. BJ Washington. Let's see. Where is BJ Washington at? Do I got him on here? There he is. Northwest Mississippi Community College. But BJ Washington is actually homegrown talent. I want to say he's from the same school as Isaiah Spencer and Braxton Barney. We definitely don't want Coach Brian back. Let him sit there in Siberia, Liberia, Iberia, and lose in Colorado. Yeah, that's right. Madison Central. That's where Isaiah Spencer and Braxton Barney is from. So overall, I would say the defense is doing what it's supposed to do. So we see True Thompson making plays, Tyus Martin, Philip Webb, Athen Smith, Antonio Doyle, Jeremiah Williams. We see them doing what they're supposed to do. And then our linebackers are as well, right? Ooh. I feel like our offensive line is making some mistakes. We need to make sure that that center is still Evan Henry. Maybe they put in a replacement, or maybe he's hurt. I don't like that the coaches will play a player through him being hurt. If he's hurt, take him out, because then you can be hurt and then you can get worse hurt. So just go ahead. If he is injured, take him out. Don't let him keep playing injured. Nothing good can come from that. Miss Gloria, you might as well stay. You might as well stay. Might as well. Might as well stay. Ain't no need in going nowhere. Go ahead and just grab a seat. Don't go nowhere.
Tied with Alcorn.
I like watching the defense game.
This afternoon.
You want
Here's a Sports Center top 10 nominee.
But there's absolutely nothing wrong
by BJ Washington. And here's a second nominee by John Huggins. So interceptions number 11 and 12 for the Tiger defense.
And the Jackson State University faithful who have come out to the ball game to watch this. I mean, they have really brought Jackson State to North Mississippi, and they've fallen out in droves here. And they always do. Great following for Jackson State.
Second down and 1 now.
Williams will take the ball. He will push the pile, still on his feet, and finally they blow the whistle. And Williams is a low. You know, you stand next to him, and you don't think quarterback. Remember a guy named Jared Lorenzen?
I do. Is that the hefty lefty?
Yeah, the hefty lefty
from Kentucky.
I don't know. I guess I didn't want to put the Devils up there, Antoine.
He's pretty tall.
No Devils.
Big kid.
Seven's been on the field, Ed.
Delta Devils will try once again here, and Jared Wilson with the run and a flag on
holding, holding, holding,
Nice
holding,
play. Looks like they
holding.
get some momentum. Here comes a penalty marker.
Holding,
See the
holding.
reaction from the offensive line. It's going the wrong way.
Number 63, offense.
Another hold for the Delta Devils. This time
Nah,
it's
Seven's been out on the field. You don't get to see
Rodney
too much of
Luckett,
our offense
center.
today, but
Take a
Seven's
look at it
definitely
here,
been out
top of the
there.
screen.
Spencer, Kobe Paul,
63 right there.
Fabian
Little bit of a
McCray,
grab in the
Duke
back.
Miller.
That's going to back him up 10.
And Luckett
That's,
does not
we
agree with the
needed
call.
that. Thank God for the penalty.
And that is one of the things that you start talking with
We
coaches
should see
about.
some blitzing.
You
this
have a play like that, you got to just keep
particular,
playing because you don't want that play to snowball into other
Oh yeah, they
negative
definitely
plays.
blitzing.
Williams going down. The 8th sack of the afternoon.
So it's just a numbers game right now. Look at the numbers for
You had it
Jackson
all
State.
in the
They're
box.
bringing more
That's Petty
than
and Doyle
Mississippi Valley
and
can
Webb.
block. In 75, the left tackle lost his assignment that time. He didn't block anyone on that particular play. He never looked outside.
They're
to
only
pick
doing
up
that because
the
of his.
blitzer coming
I
off
don't
the
know.
edge. He was looking inside.
How
The
many
inside penetration was secured by the guard
They
and
should
the
be
tackle.
blitzing again.
So if you're the
And I'm
guard and the
just- I'm
center,
having-
so if you're the left
they
tackle,
got
you have to
four
look
now.
to the outside.
So that was a corner blitz by Anthony
Oh.
Petty. Here's Williams once again.
No.
Incomplete.
The little things.
Yep.
Not picking up your blocks, not looking the football in to your body.
And that time, DeFabian Fant dropped the football.
I'm glad that he dropped the football. Defense,
You know, this is
Tigers
also an
defense.
adjustment
A
for the
lot of
coaches,
defense.
just as well as the players, because the coaches came in with a philosophy of playing an up-tempo style of football. And because of the personnel that they really had, I think that you brought up a good point in our conversation with Coach Kendrick Wade. It's good to see coaches be able to adjust to their personnel.
Absolutely, absolutely. Early in the season, they were running up tempo, 1,000,000 miles an
That's
hour,
cool.
and this is not an offense that could handle that.
Ooh,
Here's
another
the throw.
one.
Interception again by Jackson State. And coming up with it, John Huggins, with his second interception of the day.
Good Lord.
And again, he just undercuts the intended receiver.
Good
And this is
Lord.
just the growing pains of a young quarterback. Under pressure, fires underneath, just not recognizing the coverage.
Interception.
Thought he had
Jay Huggins.
the receiver, but just a better play by the defender.
That gives Jackson State University the ball once again.
We keep on getting them the
Turnovers
ball. We
and
need them to
sacks.
do something with it.
Oh, my.
Here we go.
Nice saving tackle there. Fabian McCray with the catch.
Now for Jackson State, I know that they want to create some offense here in this second half, try to get some momentum on that side of the football. It's been like pulling teeth.
Here's the run, and take a look at this Jackson State University team. Jaheim Hazel came in with 2 interceptions for Jackson State. Now his teammate Huggins has 2 interceptions.
It's been a third down again. Once again for this Jackson State offense is, again, they struggle against this Delta Devil secondary trying to throw the football. We haven't really seen them try to establish a running game, and now the officials are having a conversation.
Well, if you're Mississippi Valley, you think about missed opportunities. Think about the touchdown that was called back, which was a tremendous catch. You think about having the ball inside the 20, 25-yard line and not being able to turn things around. And so, there's been some missed opportunities here for Mississippi Valley State on offense that they haven't been able to capitalize on that would have either brought this game within a score, possibly even tied this game up. And they've been able to recover some turnovers, themselves. And that's a big part of it.
First down. Sideline warning. Mississippi Valley. That is a warning. There is no yardage penalty.
So a sideline warning on Mississippi Valley.
I think he said it is a first down, I believe the official said for Jackson. And this game was tied at 14 at halftime. Neither team has been able to generate any offense here in the second half.
That's been the surprising thing so far when you start taking a look at, this game. If you're just tuning in, you just look at this score and you say, wow, it's not, it's really close. And then that's one of the penalty yardage. 7 for 75 for Valley, 2 for 10 for Jackson. And here comes Morgan. First down on the draw.
We've seen Morgan a couple of times this afternoon pick up some nice yardage with his legs, recognizes the defense, a lot of green grass in front, able to make a move the chains.
Fabian McCray with the catch, gets inside the 30-yard line.
See if Jackson gets a little bit back to that up-tempo style that they like.
Lucas Banks on the tackle for Mississippi Valley. You see Moultrie in the ball game now. Stevens in motion. Morgan looking, try to get Stevens, and it's going to be a pass interference on Mississippi Valley.
I don't know about that one.
Brandon Williams, the strong safety out there, disagreeing with the call vehemently. So first down.
Let's take a look at it. Some hand fighting down that far sideline. I'm not sure if he had his hand. Couldn't tell from that angle. See here. It just looks like a good defensive play. I don't see a penalty there. That's a tough call against the kid.
Well, they say when it rains, it pours. And right now, it's a torrential downpour for Mississippi Valley.
Jackson State having problems getting lined up.
Morgan looks, fires. Touchdown, Jackson State. Great catch by 14. Jackson State now up 20-0.
And just one-on-one coverage on that far sideline. 410 wins the battle, kind of boxes him out like a rebounder. Look, he's a big kid, 6'5", 220 pounds, and he just used his size and strength to box out the smaller cornerback.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but the extra point was good. 21-0 our score, and there you see the touchdown by 14. Nice box out.
That's what I'm talking about. Put some new blood out there. Fortillion. Thank you, Ref, for the call. We appreciate you. Thank you for that call. Amen. Shake, shake, shake. Shake the devil off. Shake, shake, shake. Shake the devil off. Shake, shake, shake. Shake the devil off. In the name of Jesus, shake the devil off. Yeah, we needed that. All right. Let me see if these stats have loaded yet. Let's see. Okay, got some stats. Y'all, let's look at these stats before the game starts back up. Let's look at these stats before the game starts up. These stats are brought to you by She Loves Thee podcast. Let's go ahead and look at this stuff and do a breakdown. Looks like Antonio Doyle is leading the way with tackles. 8 tackles today. Broderick Washington with 6. John Huggins with 6. Broderick Washington has 1 interception, and John Huggins is leading with 2. Let's look at these pass yards. Jacoby and Morgan has 112 pass yards, and Tijerian Williams has 155. Fabian McCray with 4 receptions, Duke Miller with 4, and DJ Stevens with 2. All right, let's get back to this. Make sure y'all hit the Cash App or the PayPal or the Venmo. You can also make a super chat to support the channel. This particular live is not monetized because, of course, it's an ESPN game. Thank you for the support.
And it ain't easy being a part of the Sonic Boom of the South.
I'm sure it is not. It's probably as difficult joining that group as it is joining the football team.
Yeah, there's a lot of discipline. You know, when the football players report, a lot of times you'll see the band report as well. Mm-hmm. And so, and a lot of that is because they're getting in shape, they're learning the music, they're learning the marching routines and all of that kind of stuff. So in a lot of cases, you'll see the football team and the bands come to campus at the same time, right at the beginning of August.
Oh, yeah, I remember back in the day, you know, you go to high school football practice in the summer and the band is out there, you know, on the parking lot, you know, getting it in. So it's simultaneous between the band and the football team this time of year.
If you have aspirations of being a part of any of the bands in this conference, you can give up a lot of your August, almost all of it, and a little bit of your summer, because most of the summers you're going to camps, and there's camps that all of these schools have. Valley, Jackson, Grambling, Southern, just everybody has camps to help young students, and they do a great job of recruiting as well. They use these opportunities for recruiting trips. They recruit like all the other sports teams.
Absolutely. You don't just walk in and think it's, you know, going to be easy getting into one of these band memberships. You know, you definitely have to do it.
New quarterback in the ball game for the Delta Devils. That is going to be Jaden Sisk, the freshman from DeSoto, Texas. As the day is wrapped up for Williams.
Sis, 5'11", 195-pound freshman, went to W.T. White High School in DeSoto, Texas.
There's a pass out to his tight end, Jackson Davis. Pepper's right there to clean up. And Pepper's top 25 in the conference in tackles, and you see why.
Tornado pass complete.
Actually,
3rd and 1.
Maldonado is the new quarterback. Misprint on the roster. Dino Maldonado. And that time, no misprint there. Jared Wilson goes down after a defensive rush.
This Jackson State defense has been dominant no matter who's at quarterback today. They've just dominated this offensive line of Mississippi Valley thus far. And that's going to be a quick 3 and out for the Delta Devils.
Well, it wasn't long. They didn't have the ball for 2 minutes. This punt gets away, and it's a great punt once again. And it falls short. Dies in the wind, and it'll bounce all the way back to the 50-yard line. That's where the Jackson State Tigers will take over 21-0, our score here on the Delta.
Around here, we like to keep things.
Here's Morgan, takes off with the football. He's hit, spins, and gets about a few yards on the play. You know, I'll tell you what, before this game, so much was on the grill. Hot links, burgers, beef, barbecue. You know, our good friend Andrew Roberts back at the SWAC office, bro, they had beef, barbecue, brisket, beef sandwiches.
Oh, man. I know Andrew wishes he were here.
He should have smell-o-vision. Jackson State trying to make something happen. Good tackle.
Yeah, for Jackson State now, they just want to keep this clock running. The ground game, they really haven't gone to it much here in the second half, surprisingly. Thrown the football a lot with Morgan.
Seven McGee on that catch. And there he goes once again. Seven McGee only picked up 2.
They haven't called his name a lot today. McGee on the year leads the team in touchdowns, receptions with 3.
How fitting, 7 gets 7.
Well, look, when your name is 7 and you go to the equipment manager, yeah, that has to be your number.
That's your number. Morgan back, goes deep. It is incomplete. Great defensive play by the defensive back, Christian Fagan, the junior out of Cedar Hill.
And again, they tried to go deep to Jonas Portillion, and he could not bring it in that time.
May have been a little pass interference on that play, but no call and a great defensive play. Portillion gets the ball, spins, shakes, and finally whistled down. Already has a touchdown today. And now Jackson State, you see Coach telling everybody to get back. No sideline warnings here.
He came into the ball game only one reception on the year for 4 yards. So Jackson State using this opportunity this afternoon to get some kids some playing time that normally hasn't had it.
Got an injury on the field. Take this timeout. Back after this.
What y'all think? What do you guys think? Here, let's look at these stats. Can you believe that Valley only has 29 rushing yards out of 29 attempts? That's literally 1 yard each attempt. Crazy. Let's look at the individuals. Jacobian Morgan is 18 of 33 for 133 yards, and he only has 1 touchdown interception, or 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. And then, of course, Tigerian, he was very highly praised. So he's throwing at about 58%. Tigerian Williams, he was very highly spoken of prior to this game for how well he played and his low interception average. So they're both throwing at about 58 to 59%, but Tigerian Williams has 3 interceptions. And one of Tigerian's pluses is his ability to run the ball. And the defense has virtually wiped out the ability for them to run. So that basically is wiping out a piece of their game that Valley had, which was, of course, rushing. And they're not able to convert at all. And that was something that the freshman was bringing.
Fans from Valley, and of course, you got families that have gone to both schools sitting together here at the ball game.
It is a family affair, indeed.
It is. And there you see shot of the Mississippi Valley Delta Marching Band. Had a classmate from high school that went to Mississippi Valley. Man, he said it's tough joining the band, and you just saw the rushing yards, 29 rushing yards for Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, they have not been able to move the ball on the ground. You look at the total yardage there for both ball clubs. Jackson State with 100 more yards than Valley, roughly.
Here's Morgan going up top, trying to add to that total, and it's incomplete. Portillion was the intended receiver on that play. Jackson still airing it out here.
But Coach Taylor want to get his young quarterback a look and his young wide receiver some looks as well. Using this opportunity to get some of the young
Damn it,
guys
let me see the rest
time.
of the game first.
And on the run, Moultrie, we haven't heard his name in a little while.
Yeah, he had a touchdown in the first period, but been a little bit quiet. The entire running game of Jackson State has been quiet in the second half as they've gone primarily through the air.
Caught Good catch, good pickup by Paul.
Kobe Paul.
Oh, they say he dropped it, so incomplete pass. And Paul did a great job trying to secure it.
Why he didn't
and
run?
And there you see one of the Valley, the Delta Devil players waving his finger, no, no, no.
They're giving him the old Dikembe Mutombo.
Yep. Field goal opportunity coming up here for Jackson State. This will be a 38-yard field goal to Tim Thompson on the hole for Jackson State.
And this is Watson, who just joined the program 3 weeks ago. He's yet to miss a kick.
They try to go up 24-0 and whistles on the play.
Ooh, I hope that was a
Charlie Brown routine there.
So we got a first
injury timeout.
By who?
It's one of the Delta Devil players, it looks like, that's injured.
What in
5:41 remaining here in this ball game, and Delta Devils have an injured player. Trying to see who that is.
Oh no!
And that is going to be Caleb Canada, the defensive back. Timeout on the field. 21-0 our score. Injury timeout.
Nissan has a car for everyone.
I knew they was gonna do that. Good Lord, they have a lot of commercials. I'm gonna get my commercial breaks ready one of these days. Soon. So prayers for him. They just ran on the field. So we have an injury. So hopefully he is going to be okay. Emmett asked me, what do I think about the quarterback change? And it's still out for debate. Okay. I want to see the rest of the game first. Because at this point, changing the quarterback, we still have the lack of connections with the wide receivers. So that means that maybe it was the wide receivers change, or, so, and plus he had several different bad snaps, and then he had a couple of plays where he fumbled the ball on his own without any type of pressure. But we have been moving the ball a lot more than Valley. And I think when you go look back at it, you're going to see that Valley had a lot of self-inflicted mistakes with the penalties. Yes, you tell them, Mr. Campbell. Almost 500 folks watching the stream. You don't necessarily have to send me a tip, or a donation to support the channel, but go ahead and hit the like button at least. Being with the ones is the problem. He hasn't been. Well, then play the twos then. Fortillion, Kobe Paul. Play the twos then. Isaiah Spencer. The change at quarterback is to get ready for next year. I honestly think that the change is, look, we lost and the fans want a quarterback change, so let's give them a quarterback change. Give these folks what they've been asking for.
Cold lemonade, the special lemonade.
Ooh, and they going for it. 4th and 4, they going for it. He better be running it.
4th down here for Jackson State.
Oh, his dumb.
It's going to be a penalty against the wide out up top. McCray.
Number 16, offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Well, there you go. There goes that. You was trying to make them come off sides.
They bring up 4th down and 9.
4th and 9 now for Jackson State. And there you see the coaches. They're grabbing each other now to make sure that they're behind the sideline, because there's been sideline warnings that have been assessed. So the band's been assessed warnings. The sideline's been assessed warnings. I think everybody's out of warnings.
Everybody out of warnings then, huh? Dylan Watson, the walk-on. 3 of 3 on field goal attempts this year.
Oh, that did not even get close. Knuckleball. And so the first miss of the year for him. And so Jackson State comes away with no points.
And that was not the announcer's jinx. Wasn't me.
They're going to say it's all your fault.
It is all his fault. And it is.
Don't at me.
Oh, the Delta Devils trying to make something happen here to put some points on the board here in the fourth quarter.
We need a defensive touchdown right here.
Alcorn State next weekend.
Defensive touchdown. We need the interceptions and we need a pick six here for a fumble recovery into the end zone.
Feel a lot. Offense hasn't been able to generate much. Offense has had poor field position much of the game, but really in the second half, the offense had good field position and was unable to take advantage of it.
Pass complete to Jackson Davis. And big defensive play there.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it was blocked.
3 interceptions for this Jackson State defense.
We need a pick
7
six.
sacks this afternoon. And you look at their upcoming schedule, as you mentioned, they'll head to Pine Bluff next week, Texas Southern in 2 weeks, and then Alcorn State on November 18th. All games on the ESPN family of networks.
Texas Southern, Alcorn both at home, so they'll spend the last 3 weeks of the season at home. Here's a pitch out. Oh, what a hit. And still going, the running back for Mississippi Valley Fans. Actually, he's listed as a wide receiver. Been playing
what are they playing? Are they even playing anything?
Are
they having a war or something?
This open field
All I
tackle.
hear is
Excellent
drums.
form tackle by Callaghan to drop him in his tracks.
And a great job by the defense in cleaning up after they were after the hit. Clock continues to tick here.
Tyus
Throw
Martin.
is complete.
Ooh.
Out to Chambers. Maldonado with the throw.
Oh, they done switched out. They done switched quarterbacks. Maldonado's in now.
Taking a look at the Delta Devils' upcoming schedule, they've got 4 games remaining, and they've got 3 of the 4 on the road. And this is not an easy schedule. At Alcorn next week, at Bethune-Cookman the first week in November, then back at home for senior night against Alabama State. And the quick turnaround, that's a Thursday night game, if I'm not mistaken, against Alabama A&M to end the season in Huntsville.
Yeah, so
A shutout would be nice.
they'll have a jam-packed schedule in November.
And Valley will punt the football. Punt team has been busy tonight. And they'll run this one out. Out to midfield. And a big hit. Antwain Barham Jr., the redshirt freshman from Milan, Texas, on the hit. And on the return for Jackson State, it's going to be Duke Miller. So if you're Valley, you only got 1 more home game out of the last 4 weeks. And you got a tough schedule. And in the midst of that, you end the season on a Thursday night on the road.
I don't know what type of plan they're doing. It's like, that's all.
But they have a lot of positives they can take away from this game on the defensive side of the football. Holding Jackson State to 14 points through 3 quarters.
Here's a carry by
Ooh,
Moultrie.
Miller. Miller
And he
made
keeps the
something
clock
out of
going.
nothing.
3:06 and counting. Miller, I should say, on the carry. You said his name a couple of times tonight.
And for Jackson State, it's all about those practice drills now of taking care of the football. A lot of turnovers.
Taking care of the football and playing on the out.
Throw complete.
It's a big hit.
It's going to be Isaiah
That's
Spencer,
Isaiah Spencer.
with the catch. Clock keeps ticking down.
3rd down. This should be a run right here.
Jackson State came into this game 3rd in the conference and all.
3rd and 1. Just keep quarterback
they've been
keeper.
able to do today.
Please be a
Not
quarterback
exactly
keeper.
the offensive I guess you could say, explosion that you
Please just
expected.
run the
You have to
ball.
credit Mississippi Valley, some great defense. Miller on the carry, nice stiff arm.
There you go. First down.
And it looks like that Jackson State will get the first down.
That's what we need. First
Coach
down.
Wade talked about, his defense, and he, in particular, he talked about his linebacking group. That
Who said that they over there playing with pots and pans? Oh my God!
Sideline players, they're gonna get after you, and you have to bring your lunch pail if you want to run the football against us.
Boy,
Jackson State is.
I am
to take to the air if
not playing with the pots and
Fabian
pans.
McCray, the
Tim.
intended
You are wrong
receiver
for
for
that.
Jackson State. That'll bring up second
I
down.
don't know who said it, but Kim
Yeah, and
repeated
that's,
it.
one of the things you start looking at with
Oh,
this
that's
Mississippi
Valley
Valley
over there.
team. And, trying to change mindset is always a challenge. And when you talk about being close, is not enough. Miller on the carry.
Woo,
inside
Miller.
the 10-yard line.
What does brother say? This don't stop.
And I don't think the clock started running.
All right, give us a couple of more minutes to get another touchdown.
The clock has stayed still.
Now, if I go on Twitter and say that
I think
Valley's
they'll have to,
fans
get
sound
down
like they
to
was hitting pots and
right around
pans,
the
I'll be wrong. I'm not going to say it.
144.
Unless I say somebody else said it, because I didn't say it.
Morgan will keep the ball. Tries to take off with it. He's tackled right at the 10-yard line. For Jackson State, I don't think they'll have to run another play.
We're at a minute 26, so they'll have to.
Well, they'll have to run at least two more.
Run
plays.
at least two more. See if they decide to take a knee or if they try to.
Take a knee, man. You better score again.
You saw a picture of Huggins. He's a nominee for player of the game.
Look at them. They want to play mercy football. We don't want to play no damn mercy football.
Morgan takes off with the football and is tackled inside the 5.
Rip the football away. It may be a fumble.
God.
Valley may have the football with 56 seconds remaining in the game.
And now the clock continues to run, and it finally stops at 53. See what the officials.
That man is not letting go of that ball.
They're just trying to get the players up off the field, and it looks like the Delta Devils have the football. Anthony Blakely, the defensive back
He's down.
from McLean, Mississippi.
We'll see. We'll
Looks
see if
like
they
he came
roll
up
him
with the
down.
football.
No definitive call.
Is a fumble recovered by the defense. First down, Mississippi Valley.
And the Delta Devils come up with the football.
Bro, you
Jackson
should
State
have just took the damn knee.
with another fumble. Morgan fumbles the ball going
Was
in.
Cam Newton doing it?
Third
Let's see.
lost fumble. Did he?
It was stripped.
Oh,
again.
hell no. There wasn't, he wasn't down.
So
Eric Campbell,
was
the
not
linebacker
down.
from Memphis, Tennessee,
Down
one
where?
of those nasty linebackers. I don't think he likes quarterbacks either.
I mean, it's not like they're going to win the game, but
When
you
get
do want
linebackers
to.
that don't like running backs,
Defense needs to make a stop here. Or do a safety. We can get a safety right here.
especially the ones that don't like running backs.
Y'all are over here.
Well, the Delta
I ain't
Devils will
gonna say
take over
nothing.
first down and 10 inside their 5-yard line with under a minute remaining in this ball game.
3 lost fumbles for Jackson last week.
The
3 lost
safety.
fumbles this
Oh,
week.
he missed it.
Big
No!
run for the Delta Devils.
No.
Fant in the open field gets out to the 45-yard
Good
line.
Lord.
Talk about trying to finish strong.
Oh, my God. Don't let them score.
Nice run. He
not
had to get the official out of the way as well.
Them score.
Out to about the 48-yard line.
They was not down. Stop it. That ball came
Clock
out before
continues
he
to run.
even turned
We'll
around.
have our player of the game coming up in just a little bit. Fant once again
Oh my
on the
God.
run. 30,
Oh my.
20,
Why
10.
did y'all do
Fant
that?
into the end zone for the Delta Devils.
Celebrating because y'all
And he
scored one
throws up the
touchdown.
hooks going in.
You need to go sit
What a
down.
way to end it. The
What a
5'8"
way to
junior
end it.
out of Greenwood, Mississippi, taking it
Holding.
to the house.
Holding.
Right
That's a
up
holding
the
call.
middle.
That man
Did he
was running
account
for
for
his
all
life,
98
boy. And
yards on this drive?
when he got that touchdown, he was doing it like they
The
won the
splits
game.
and the hooks.
Bro, that's a sorry ass way to end the game, bro.
Oh, the Delta Devils
Sorry
get on
ass
the
way.
board here with
At least block
28
the
seconds
field goal.
remaining in the ball game. Extra point try. The extra point is up and good.
Bro,
And
sorry
no
ass way
good.
to end the
Actually
game.
goes off to the right. There it is. And he is not going to be denied the end zone. The dive.
They had the nerve to put up a hook.
The splits and throwing the
Not
hooks
y'all
to
lost
the
the game,
Omegas.
but you over here doing man.
Well, they
Let
avert
them
the
play their
shutout.
victory. Let them play their
Fans
touchdown
finally
song.
have something to cheer about on the offensive side of the football, at least.
Yep, and you know, look, we got to give it a camera MVP. Jacob, he's had 2 back pedals and in the shot with that one. I mean, he's had a heck of a game too.
Yeah. Our camera crew has been outstanding here this afternoon.
Mr. Campbell, you have 10 first all conference players
got
on your
2
team.
potential Sports Center plays. All right, taking our player of the game. Coming up here, presented by Gatorade, and it's John Huggy Huggins.
2 interceptions this afternoon, a couple of big hits as well defensively, 6 tackles, 4 solo.
Lord,
he had an all-around great game. John Huggins, the Gatorade player of the game.
And in the words of a radio personality that I know,
oh my goodness,
what's the deal, Pickles? Is everything kosher? Huggy getting a couple of interceptions in the game, and now the Delta Devils will kick off with about 28 seconds remaining. Huggy lowdown. And this will be run out of bounds, and Jackson State will take over with 25 seconds left in the ball game. I tell you what, you look at this Jackson State University offensive line.
You not either, Mr. Campbell. You not gonna blow nobody out either. FAMU's not either.
2 plays,
We're not. We don't have 10 first all conference players and offensive player of the year.
So he's got almost he got over 100 yards now. 97 of that on 2 carries.
It's going to look nice in the stat column tomorrow.
And Jackson State will kneel on the football, and they will effectively run out the clock. Coach T.C. Taylor will go over and shake the hand of his colleague Kendrick Wade. And, you know, if you take a look at this game, the story of the game, defense for Jackson State.
Yeah, defense, 7 sacks, 3 interceptions, but also 3 fumbles on the offensive side of the football, so they want to get that cleaned up. A couple of first-year head coaches making their marks on their new programs, Wade and Taylor.
Absolutely, and of course, you got some great talent out there on both sides of the football, and I'm sure both sides will talk about things that they have to clean up, especially when it comes to and turnovers.
We're not SWAC champions already without being crowned.
Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, absolutely. So both of these programs with a lot to build on. The final month of the season as Jackson State goes to 3-2 in conference play, and Mississippi Valley falls to 1-3.
So for Ken Moore, I'm Santoria Black saying so long from Itabena, Mississippi, where the final score is Jackson State 21, Mississippi Valley 6. All games airing on the ESPN networks are streaming live and archived on the ESPN app. This has been a presentation of ESPN.
Wow. Oh, so he actually missed the field goal. So it was 21-6. Mr. Campbell, it was 21-6. He missed the field goal. So Valley scored more on you than they did us. How about that? How you like them apples? They missed their field goal. So, and I'm going to do what y'all did. They had a touchdown call back. Yeah, they had a pick 6 call back. So it ended up being 21-6, and we needed that win.
is supposed to be. Defensively, it was dominant. I don't have no complaints on the defense other than why haven't y'all been playing these schemes any other time? Why? Lights out. Antonio Doyle with 8 tackles, BJ Washington with 6, John Huggins with 6. Jacobian Morgan's QB are less than desirable. 141 total yards, pass yards. The wide receivers weren't really getting that many touches today. Fabian McCray had the most with 49 yards. Jonas Fortillion with 25. Duke Miller with 18. Jacobian Morgan was rushing. That's why we didn't see our running backs getting that much rush time. I don't know why they have Khalil Arrington with 32 rush yards. How did Khalil Arrington get 32 rush yards? Fourth quarter, Valley was able to get more rush yards than they were the whole game. They was able to run the fourth quarter. The defense was really good with third down efficiency, holding Valley to 0-3 of third down efficiency. Penalties. Mississippi Valley, when you look at the total amount of penalties they had a lot of penalties, which was very costly for them and benefited us because a lot of those could have placed them in the red zone in order to make touchdowns. Fumbles. Let's look at these fumbles. So Jackson State had a fumble in the first quarter. Or no, in the fourth quarter, 1 fumble. In the third quarter, 2 fumbles. One of them caused us to lose the ball. In the second quarter, we've had 1 fumble. And in the first quarter, we had a fumble, but we were able to recover it. That is absolutely ridiculously insane. And I don't care who you are, you're lying to yourself if you say that if this was Jason Brown, you wouldn't be asking for his head on a stick. That last touchdown that they made, that was not necessary at all. It looks like they actually played more than one quarterback for Valley. The defense ate today, though. True Thompson had a sack for 10 yards. Philip Webb had a sack for 2 yards. Joshua Clark, which he's, of course, a backup linebacker, and he should also be played off the edge. He had a sack for negative 13 yards. So there's 8 total sacks. Sack City. It was definitely a great day for the defense. This is the first game. This is his first game. Sir, it doesn't matter if it's your first game or your 10th game. You cannot fumble the ball, have a bad snap, cause a turnover, and fumble the ball repeatedly and win the game. Period. And if this was any other team, not Valley, that could have been a real big problem. It's basically why we lost last week, was because of fumbles, not because of the quarterback, but because we were fumbling. Jacobian Morgan had a play where you thought he was going to run it. We were in the red zone and you thought he was going to run it into the end zone, and he ended up passing it to Seven McGee. Seven McGee took his 1-2 step and then he fumbled it. I am not trashing Jacobian Morgan, because one thing that I do think that he does well is the ability to run the ball. He has a deep ball. The accuracy and the throws that he's making, it's almost like, I'm going to put the ball up and you bring it down. I'm not downplaying or down talking Jacobian Morgan. I'm just being realistic. You have to look at the situation here. By himself, Jacobian Morgan fumbled the ball at least 2 times. One of them was untouched, and the other one was at the end of the game. He fumbled it. And he also fumbled it, I want to say it was either last week or the week before that, he fumbled it as well, basically trying to get the ball into the end zone. So let's just keep it a buck. Yes, it's his first game, but he definitely has to learn how to hold that ball. And then I would like for you to tell me what fundamentals of football do I need to know regarding fumbling. What is the fundamentals that I'm missing? Somebody said I'm missing the fundamental of football. I know this. If you fumble the ball against Alcorn, you lose. If you fumble the ball against Texas Southern, you might lose. Well, against Alcorn, if you fumble that many times, you definitely lose. If you fumble against Texas Southern, you have a chance to lose. And Will, y'all over here talking like, I didn't say it in a negative way. I'm just saying you can't do that in any other game. You cannot do that. With Jason Brown, the complaint was that his receivers are open and he's not passing to them and he's overthrowing the balls a lot. So now I'm looking at Jacobian Morgan and I'm saying what he needs to work on is the fumbling and then his accuracy. And I'm getting pushback. And I don't understand that. Yeah. I mean, I said, I'm not watching any post games if people aren't keeping it real. Why talk about the game and not be real? The offense was just as bad as all season with the exception of the QB runs. Me personally, I just think that they're not running the right scheme for Jason Brown. Jason Brown is clearly a pocket passer. He's not meant to run. Jacobian Morgan, they gave him the type of offense that he needs, and there was too many fumbles. And he was just, it was almost like jump ball. Like he just threw the ball up. And there was a lot of times where he threw the ball, but it was not in a place where the receiver could get to it. This isn't trying to downplay or down talk Jacobian Morgan at all, because I think that when it comes to, and that's why for a long time, that's probably a reason why we have not seen Jacobian Morgan in action, with the exception of the coaches running up plays for him that involve him running the ball. So basically, Jason Brown, he can run the ball, but like running it through the end zone, they would take Jason Brown out and they would put Jacobian Morgan in. Let's keep it a buck. When it comes to red zone offense, him running right through the end zone, he can do that. But if you have to be real with the situation, because people were calling for Jason Brown's head, and The issue is the schemes that they're running for Jason Brown. He's not the type of quarterback that setup's not meant for him. Versus South Carolina State, that was when he was in his zone. I don't know what happened between week 0 and week 1. We all know, like, the offensive line wasn't fixed. And they've been actually playing the offensive line, like tackling that left side. They've been utilizing that against Jackson State all season long. So where Morgan fits that bill is Morgan is able to run and scramble. So for me, moving forward, we have UAPB, which UAPB and Valley are at the lower end of the spectrum for the type of play that we're going up against. Kudos to not throwing any interceptions. Or did we throw one No, I think we just had fumbles. I don't think we had any interceptions. So kudos to not getting any interceptions, because Valley has been playing really tough with the interceptions.
Hello?
Hello?
You there?
I'm here.
Okay. First of all, let me say this. You one of my favorite football chicks. You stay up on stats and stuff a lot. But let you hear something from a perspective from people that actually play the game and actually coach the game. You saying the same. It's nothing against Jason Brown, love. They're trying to run an RPO offense. He's not the quarterback for it. That's all we are saying. He's not the quarterback for it. Okay, that last play. You know, the first half, you were saying why they won't throw the ball when they was being balanced. I think they should have switched their running backs in and out. Jason Brown wasn't overthrowing. He was underthrowing short passes that was short of the first down, throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage. The last play that they did when Jacoby snatched the ball out and ran it himself, Jason Brown don't make those reads. He'll hand the ball off to the running back and let him get swamped by three defenders. It's things that a real football player that actually played the game, we can see the bullshit.
Well,
we can see the bullshit.
Can you honestly say today's play from Jacoby and Morgan, can you honestly say that it's better than Jason Brown? Absolutely not. If you just
wait. Let me answer that question for you, love. Let me answer that question for you. From a person that actually played. If I've been hurt and I hadn't played, and hadn't got no snaps in practice, he played pretty damn good because they was up. See, you was hollering about you wanted to see them throw the ball when they was controlling the ball on the ground. See, we're not talking about Negro ball. We're talking about trying to win. And I'm gonna tell you something.
I ain't do that. He did that on his own. But I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. If you say to me that Jacoby and Morgan played a better game than Jason Brown, then you're being biased. I don't have nothing against Jason Brown or Jacoby and Morgan. This is Jackson State, and I want Jackson State to win. Jacoby and Morgan, if we go on Jacoby and Morgan versus Jason Brown, and we talking about efficiency, controlling the game, not turning the ball over, I'm sorry. Jason Brown played a better game. I'm sorry. Morgan is able to get up out that pocket and make plays. But when we talk about the totality of the game, and that's fine that it's Morgan's first time playing. That's fine. That's great that he's getting ready to be the future of our offense. But there is a reason why Coach TC had certain plays dialed up for Zai and certain plays dialed up for Jacoby and Morgan. There's certain reasons why. And Jason Brown, a lot of those times, he was unable to convert because of the offensive line. If you go back and look. Hello?
HBCU niece.
Mm-hmm.
All right, look, I just got a quick PSA, and then I'm not going to hold this. But to all my men that watch this stream, I want you all to think about if you want somebody to dress your mother or daughters like that. So this young woman, because that's what she is, comes on and provides great commentary with a lot of entertainment. It's no problem if you want to debate her opinion, but address her with the level of respect that she deserves. So she's not going to say anything and stuff like that, but I'm going to say it because this is my HBCU niece, and I got daughters at her age. I got a mother, and I don't want you all to think that's acceptable because it's not. So if you don't like what she say, that's cool. That's why she got the link. Come on, make your point because there's nothing wrong. She could be wrong. And I'm not saying about this is not about right or wrong. It's about how you address a beautiful black woman. So as somebody who is a father of daughters, she is not a football chick. She's not somebody, like I said, again, if you don't agree with her commentary, that's fine. No problem with that. Me and her tease about this all the time. But I'm asking you all because we got to set the tone because we're grown. And we got younger brothers that think that's acceptable. So to all my older brothers especially, because I know y'all got daughters, and I know you got a mama. So I'm going to ask you all, when you get on these Twitter and social media, think about how you would want somebody to talk to your daughter or your mother. So I wouldn't want anybody to call my daughters. And like I said, I'm saying this respectfully because I know it was no harm. I'm not trying to start nothing. But I want us to think because we moving too fast while we talk to our women. And this is not how we, HBCU people, and I'm going to say that our family should be addressing each other. Now, what y'all do over there in the PWI, that's how y'all do. But the HBCU thing, because women helped build this thing. So I'm going to say this to my HBCU niece. She gave y'all the chat to watch the game. Some of y'all don't even have ESPN+. So you got to watch the game. So if you disagree with it, come on, make your point, which is fine. You know, if you coached, you played, that's fine. She didn't coach or play, but she got every right to her opinion. So she watches the games. She giving y'all slides. She breaks them down. So I'm just saying this respectfully. I'm not coming here gangster telling you what to do, but I'm saying this as a father and as a son who has a mother, that I would appreciate that you would address my HBCU niece either by her tag name or her first name if she allows that. But the bottom line is just come in and just make your point. That's all you got to do. So that's all I got. That's all I'm going to leave you with. Timon, I'll let you have your show back.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you so much. Well, I might as well go ahead and segue on to our homecoming sale that we have, which is, of course, I Weave Hair. I am being sponsored by I Weave Hair. You can use checkout code HBCU. Get your hair installed by celebrity stylist K. Dot. And the homecoming sale includes bundle deals starting at $150, closure and bundle deals starting at $200, and frontal bundle deals starting at $250. Download the iWeave Hair app today. iWeave, do you? And I'm going to go ahead and redrop that StreamYard. I did not, I didn't disconnect him. He disconnected himself, just to let y'all know. But going back to what I was saying, this was Valley. I want to say that I am thankful for our shutout defense. We dropped the ball the last minute of the game. But our defense was really good today. And a lot of people are saying it's because it's Valley. Well, I guess it's a good thing that we have UAPB next week. Will Morgan start again, or will they start Brown? We don't know. We do not know. I'm gonna actually do a poll. Based off today's performance, who do you think is starting next week? Based off today's game, who do you think will start? I'm gonna put it in the chat so y'all can go ahead and vote on who you think it will be. And I said before the stream started, I said Valley is, first of all, we all know that Valley plays really, really hard at home. They always do. Not somebody saying Thompson. I only put Morgan and Brown up there. I don't know if you guys have seen Thompson, but Thompson actually is very active in the game. Not only is he our signal caller, but he also holds the ball for our field goal attempts. I don't know if you guys knew that, but yeah. That field needs to be, listen, can we all agree that we're thankful that it wasn't raining today in Valley? Can you imagine with that many fumbles? And then the fumbles that were happening, they were really only one-sided. Valley wasn't fumbling the ball. And the folks that are saying Morgan, if you look at the chat, there's a little, it's a poll up at the top. I mean, it's pretty strong right now. I don't think we can sway that one. There's 46 people that have voted so far. And right now, we're saying Morgan. A lot of folks are saying this is his first game. He had to get his jitters out. Thank goodness that this is the team that Morgan was able to play against. Without the fumbles, he played well. You can't just take fumbles away. That's like saying without the incomplete passes, the passes that they completed were well. So a lot of people are saying that Morgan will start because there's no road to the South, the SWAC championship game, which that's why we'll be, you know what? I want to thank my uncle, Mr. Campbell, for coming on the stream and speaking. And I know that he knows that as soon as that ball snaps for FAMU versus Texas Southern, that I will be rooting for Texas Southern harder than I rooted for Jackson State today. Is Short still on the roster? Let's see him for a quarter. I haven't seen Short on the roster. I mean, I haven't seen Short playing. And who is saying this? How much difference does Morgan make if he started against Texas State? We put up 34 points against Texas State. Listen, with Texas State, our offense was not the problem. Did we not watch the same game? I feel like the defense was off in that game and the special teams. Mr. Walker said that Philip Short red shirt. So yeah, like let's go Texas Southern Tigers. Because that's who we're rooting for. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Morgan was hurt then. I mean, I don't know about you. I watched I watched the Texas State game, and I'm going to tell you right now, it was not our offense. It was not our offense. Our offense was not the problem. You see, they put 34 points up against Texas State, Texas State played Southern Miss, and I want to say Southern Miss didn't even score that much. Uh-oh, they said Powers didn't play today because of disciplinary reasons. Okay, I got you, Brother Bakari. Please come up here and share your thoughts. Brother Bakari, what's going on?
What's up, Sheila? Can you hear
Hey.
me?
Yeah, you're kind of going. Oh, it says Morgan is coming off of hand surgery. Oh, I can still hear you.
Okay, look, for me, with this offense, I would say I thought Jacobian Morgan was the best quarterback on the roster, period. And Philip Short is my cousin. Lord knows I wanted to see him play, and I was extremely biased. But I think Morgan was the best quarterback, period. And I was wondering where he was, and he was hurt. For me, this performance, he was able to do things that Jason Brown can't do. The RPO offense is really not Jason Brown's skill set, but I think Jason Brown got blamed for a lot of stuff that wasn't his fault. The running back fumble, we still figure out a way to say something about Jason Brown. I think they were too critical of Jason Brown. This is just me, my opinion. I think we talked about the other guy who was the quarterback the last couple of years way too much, and then you have a problem because the quarterback you have now is not, and we never gave players on this team, I'm talking about some of the fans, not all, never gave the players that's here today, and it's not just Jason Brown. They never gave them a real chance because they were still enamored with what happened with the other coach who sold them out and left. So it's not just that, but who I would prefer, me personally. I thought from watching Jacobian Morgan and watched a couple of things on him at Syracuse, I just thought Jacobian Morgan was the better quarterback anyway. Not just from this game, and not me trying to blame Jason Brown for everything because the offensive line, Jacobian Morgan fit this offense better because of the offensive line, and he can make things happen that Jason Brown don't have the ability to do with his legs that Jacobian Morgan can do. But so that my thing is, I just thought he was the best quarterback on the roster anyway. Not because I think Jason Brown was so bad. But then
so to push back on that a little bit, because I know that they said that Jason Brown's not it because he's not getting the offense up. He's not basically making them play aggressive. Do you feel like the offense played aggressively today?
I think the offense played the way it always played. I just think the difference is you had a quarterback that could run the ball in certain situations. You saw Jason Brown try to do it, and we see how he moved. That's not his skill set. I think it's the way it always did. And, but like I said, when the offensive line breaks down, Jacobian Morgan can do things Brown can't do. Me, personally, I got comfortable and okay with Jason Brown. I see the receivers drop balls that Jason Brown would throw, and it's Jason Brown's problem.
For me, I saw one good throw from Jacoby and Morgan today, and that was the one, of course, to Fertillion. And then outside of that, all of his balls, if you're just going to be honest, and I don't have any preference to either one of the quarterbacks because I just don't. I'm just looking at the game. They were overthrown or underthrown. They were either overthrown or underthrown. So when we talk about the balls being for Jason Brown, the complaint was he missed wide open receivers. For Jacoby and Morgan, I'm saying he was either overthrowing the ball or underthrowing it. But then if you're wanting to blame somebody outside of the quarterback, what people would say is because there was a lot of dimes that Jason Brown would drop and then Fabian McCray would not come up with it, or Rico Powers would not come up with it. So then when we come into today's play, you could say, oh, to get the heat off of Jacoby and Morgan, you would say the receiver wasn't running their route correctly.
Well, it's some people who have been saying that too, like the receivers. I've been saying I don't even think that we never came out with full energy for a whole
and
game.
I mean, that's the thing. The stats don't lie. I understand that we needed to switch up, and I'm glad that we got the switch up. But fair is fair, and let's be fair. Today, Jacoby and Morgan was 20 of 36 for 141 yards and 1 touchdown. He was throwing at 55 to 56% if you want to round up, and this is against Valley. Mind you, it's against Valley, and I just want for it to be equal. So going into UAPB as well, I don't mind Morgan starting. Let's see him once again. But you cannot be responsible for like that fumble where nobody was even tackling him. He literally had the ball in his hand and he fumbled the ball. Or the fumbling the ball on the goal line. These are things that you cannot do against any other team. It's Valley. Valley's 1-5. UAPB as well. Like against UAPB, he should be putting up Cam Newton numbers for 2015 Cam Newton. That's what you need to see. You throwing at 55% against Valley is not indicative of this is the quarterback that we've needed all along.
Now, you say that because Valley record. Let me ask you a question. How many times have you seen Valley play this year?
How many times have I seen?
Yeah,
personally, probably about 2. Probably about 2 or 3.
If you go back and just go look at Valley scores at the end of their games, you're gonna look and say they was blown out. But go back and watch the box score and see how close the game is with Valley, all the way until like towards the end of the third quarter, till their defense just gets.
I know that Valley's defense is pretty good, but it's not. Valley is the worst team on our schedule. Valley and UAPB are our worst, and today I really thought that we should have put up at least 35 to 40 points. The defense did.
Only one team did that against Valley, right?
North Carolina Central without their starting quarterback.
Okay, but I'm just saying that's the only team that did that.
Davius Richards did not play against them. As a matter of fact, the fact that Valley scored 45 on UAPB, next week we need to score 70. If Valley can score 45 points on UAPB, we need to score 70.
Yep.
And you guys can talk about Jason Brown and his numbers, which I can pull up a side by side. When Jason Brown only throws for 160, 170 yards, his completion rate is probably 15 to 18% higher than Jacoby and Morgan's.
Okay. I got you. In my like I said, when I watched him and when he was at Syracuse, I just really thought he was the best QB on the roster, period. Before the game. I know he was a late sign. I don't even think he was there for the spring game. I'm not sure, but I can't remember, but I don't think so. I just really thought he was the best all-around QB on the roster. altogether. I'm just being honest. It didn't
Well,
make a
now that
difference.
you actually see him playing and you see his stats, we're
Yeah,
gonna
he's
see
coming
how
off
he plays next week. But you can't
He's
say
coming
that.
off an injury.
You cannot say that. You can't use injury as an excuse. Jason Brown is coming off of an injury. That's why he kept transferring everywhere, because he's coming off an injury. Like, you guys can't make these you can't discount and say you need to take Jason Brown old behind out of there. He's too slow. He's this, he's that, he's washed. And then now we get a new quarterback and it's, well, he's coming off an injury. Well, if he's coming off an injury and his hand isn't completely healed, then he doesn't need to be on the field because it's causing him to turn the ball over.
Well, you know, my thing, I didn't say that they should have taken Jason Brown out. That's this. I never said that.
Okay.
I didn't even say it when they played FAMU, and I saw that he was looking nervous when pressure get on him. I became a supporter of Jason Brown because I knew all of it was not on Jason Brown. But
I think they said Jason Brown was injured. Now that I think about it, he was injured in one of those plays.
And
my point is, go ahead.
Let me say this, then I'm gonna get off. The only thing I'm saying is, if we can compare and we're gonna look at one game. I don't know if Morgan gonna play next week or not. But like I said, I just truly believe he was the best quarterback on the roster. Period. I think if he had been there when everybody else was there, and I believe, because I saw him throw the ball I've seen him throw the ball when he played at Syracuse. So
he's definitely got an arm on him for sure. He's got a big arm on him. I mean, he can throw it. So for me, when he was throwing it, I just felt like it was like almost like it was a couple of them. It was like a Hail Mary instance where who are you throwing at? Because when it gets down there, it's not sitting in an area where the wide receiver can actually catch it.
My thing with Jason Brown is the wide receivers in Jason Brown. This is something I've said. The wide receivers was not getting space for Jason Brown. I'm just saying that they were not creating space from the defender for Jason Brown. So would I throw Jason Brown away at this point in the season? No. Do they still have a slim chance to make the playoffs? I don't know, because I don't know nothing about that committee. But
I think it's just it's virtually like FAMU would have to lose to.
No, I said make the playoffs. I ain't talking about winning the thing.
There's no way we're making it to anybody's playoff. Only scoring 21 points against Valley. No.
I don't know why you keep saying it's not like nobody. People offense did not go out there and just run over Valley. Only one school.
And that one school is the one school that's ranked.
Well, ain't FAMU ranked? FAMU end up beating Valley 31-7. Going into the fourth quarter, the score was 17-7. I think they got a defensive touchdown, if I remember correctly, in the fourth quarter. I watched that game. If Valley had any type of Valley had way more pressure on them than they had on Jackson State. They stopped Valley in that first half about 3 times inside of there.
And they lost to a D2 school, Delta State.
I know, and I think they lost to Central Ohio, but I'm talking about how hard they play and no team. Just look and see. Okay, now they've been playing in the SWAC. Look and see how many of the SWAC teams have went out there and just ran up points on Valley. I'm just being honest. They really haven't. Just like you ain't going to find many that just ran. That's why when people were saying this was going to be a blowout, I didn't take that bet. When people say Jackson State was going to blow out Bethune-Cookman, I told them don't bet that's going to be a blowout because Bethune-Cookman play hard and people not going to.
Well, but with Bethune-Cookman, we didn't have a kickers. Our kickers were out, and it looks like Matt Knoll is out again.
But I'm gonna go ahead and step down. I just wanted to get up here and and speak on that.
Right, and I think it was good that you basically laid out the case for Jacobian Morgan to play next week, which it's UAPB. I can definitely see, and it's going to be in the Pine Bluff, Arkansas. technically, I feel like however we play against Arkansas Pine Bluff is going to tell us and give us a gauge at where we are, especially since we have to play Alcorn. Today, against Alcorn, it was 31-7. They lost. So they only scored 7 points today against Alcorn. And so the amount of dominance that needs to be done at this particular game, we need to be trying to score 60. We got to be able to score 60. Who said that? It says nobody's comparing people to Shedeur, but Shedeur gave us a script. Shedeur will hold the ball all day long. He even does it in Colorado. He's one of the highest sacked quarterbacks in the Pac-12 right now because he holds on to the ball for too long and because he doesn't want his completion percentage to go down, is what they said. So let Jacoby and Morgan develop. I think UAPB is a great game to see him again, to see what he can do. I will say this though, are you guys about development or are you trying to win? Are we going to be able to afford 4 fumbles against Alcorn? I don't think so. Like, that's not something that we can do. Is we cannot afford to do 4 fumbles. And that's what it has on here. Jacoby and Morgan have 4 fumbles, and 2 of them resulted in basically us losing the ball and turning it over. He did have a 32-yard touchdown. So that was good. Running wise, he did good with running the ball, but it's just the fumbling. You have to take care of the fumbling. You cannot turn the ball over. And like I said, anybody not named Valley, and maybe even you possibly could have done this against UAPB, anything against not those 2 teams, that's how you lose a game. 60 is not unrealistic. UAPB is literally the worst team in the SWAC. I think you could honestly say UAPB is worse than Valley. And let's just keep it a buck. The defense gave Jackson State enough chances to score 60. We just kept turning the ball over. Like, UAPB is the worst team in the SWAC. If Valley is able to put 45 up against UAPB, and who said that was unrealistic? So Valley can put 45 up against UAPB, but us asking for 60 is unrealistic. You do realize the defense gave the offense enough touches to actually get 60. We just fumbled the ball or had turnovers on downs. And I'm not going to say too much on the refs today because there was there was a lot of holding, but I think Jackson State got away with a couple of calls too. Valley put 40 on UAPB. Yes, that's why I was just like, why would that be unrealistic? Here, I'll show you guys. So please don't tell me that it's unrealistic. Valley put up 42 points versus UAPB. And you don't think that Jackson State should be able to, number one, have a scoreless. It should be scoreless, so it should be 0. And we should be able to put up 60. Prior to this, Tajarian Williams didn't have any he didn't have any interceptions, and he had 3 interceptions today. That's crazy. So, and I think that's one of the things that Jackson State did really good today, which was they looked at that UAPB film and they saw that Tajarian Williams rushed for a lot of yards and was running, and they made sure to put those defenders up front on the front line, whereas they usually only stack 3. It was all across the board. JSU has yet to win 2 games in a row, I believe. Oh, Lord. Please don't put that out there. Right. It should be nothing for us to score. I think we should score 60. If Valley can score 42, there's no excuse for why we can't score 60. Didn't we win Alabama A&M and Bethune? Or no? Yeah. Bethune-Cookman and Alabama A&M. Yep. We sure did. All right, y'all. I'm getting ready to get up out of here. Monday, we should be on President Watch so that we can announce or talk about who our new president is. And also be on the lookout for Wednesday's recap. And I'm going to post, it'll be on Twitter and Facebook, a link so that you can submit questions to ask the coaches during the press conference on Monday. I'll be on that particular stream asking the coaches questions. So I will ask some of the fan questions. As long as they're good questions, I'll go ahead and ask those types of questions. We don't need to look at my picks. You can look at this pick because I was right. This is my SheLovesThee smoke pick of the week, and I was right. I'm gonna show y'all that one. Here it goes right here. This is the only one that really matters. I picked Howard to win. See, I was right. Howard won today. So that was my pick of the week. Thank you all for tuning in. If you would like, at the bottom is my Cash App, PayPal, and my Venmo. If you would like to make a donation directly to the channel, it'll go back into the channel to support me. And the stream, paying for the StreamYard and for the graphics. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will be on Twitter heckling those rattlesnakes as they lose to Texas Southern in Houston. Y'all have a good night. And peace out.